Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the California ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the California ISO's Resource Adequacy Workshop to discuss current processes and interoperability with the California Public Utilities Commission's Slice of Day reform. My name is Caitlin McGee, representing the Stakeholder Affairs Group here at the ISO, and I'll be facilitating today's meeting. I'm also joined by a handful of folks, including Anya Gilbert, Lead Policy Developer, Partha Malvadkar, Principal for Resource Adequacy, Abdul Muhammad Ali, Operations Engineering Resource Adequacy Lead, Catalan Mixa, Senior Advisor for Regional Transmission, Robert Sparks, Senior Advisor for Regional Transmission South, and Luke Nickerman from Pacific Gas and Electric. As a reminder, the presentation and agenda for this meeting today is posted under the Miscellaneous Meetings webpage. And you can find that under the Stay Informed tab of the California ISO's website. Next slide, please. Before we get started, a few housekeeping reminders. This call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. We really hope to structure this meeting in a way to stimulate dialogue and engage different perspectives. We do ask that you keep comments professional and respectful and try to refrain from repeating what has already been said. Next slide, please. And then today there's a few ways to ask a question or make a comment. If you are connected through your computer or using the Call Me option, you can select the raise hand icon located at the top right above the chat window. If you are joining us today just using audio only line, you can press #2 to add yourself to the queue. And then you can put your questions into the chat and I will read them aloud for folks to hear and answer them. If you do need any technical assistance during today's meeting, please send a chat to the event producer. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll hand it over to Partha and Anya to take us through kind of a welcome introduction, objectives for today's meeting, and talk a bit about the RA roadmap.
Sure, thank you, and thank you, Callan, and thank you everybody for meeting today. I really appreciate the good turnout. If you mind flipping it to the next slide on workshop objectives. Okay, so briefly I thought we'd go over sort of the workshop agenda and discuss a little bit sort of the topics we're trying to cover here. So this is basically sort of a high level. I'd focus in on the lunch break just because I know that people are sort of keenly interested in that, given sort of the robust amount of topics we're hoping to cover here. So, but to sort of to kick it off, we're really sort of trying to our objectives, which we're really going to cover a little more on the next slide, is really to provide a forum to level set. First, just in terms of what is the current ISO program and how is it evolving, as well as having a forum to discuss level set with the different LRAs within our balancing area. What are those reforms going on at the PUC, and how are those going to how are those evolving, and how will those change the ISO's process, potentially in 2024, but as well as in 2025 and beyond. And so we're going to really sort of cover a lot of what we're going to be covering here. Really were topics that were discussed, at length in the CPUC's forum for their slides today. And there really were sort of issues that specific stakeholders asked for a venue to really understand more about how is the ISO systems going to address and or accommodate the changes being made at the PUC. So in order to sort of level set that, I think the first step is really Luke Nickerman from PG&E has been kind enough to offer to give an overview of the CPUC's Slice of Day reforms. Some of those are still evolving in many ways, and that there are details to be worked out, but Luke's going to give sort of really a level set of where they are today and the process forward. We're next going to sort of get into the ISO side, where Abdul primarily will be giving a presentation on the ISO's current processes and procedures, try to make sure that people are understand sort of how the data that flows from the various LRAs affects our internal processes within the ISO. Yeah, then again, importantly, we'll have a lunch break, and we're going to come back and have a discussion on deliverability, where Catalin Mixa and Robert Sparks are going to discuss deliverability for internal and external resources. And this is particularly came up frequently in the PUC's venue, and so they're going to give sort of a little bit of a flavor in terms of some of the evolving thought processes, and this is probably some of them a little less related to specifically Slice Today, but at the ISO in general, and then maybe be able to sort of address some of the issues that came up, in particularly in that PUC venue with respect to deliverability and the impacts. But we'll have a short break, and then we're going to come back and have a little bit of a discussion, particularly focused on 2024 and sort of what we see the impacts are for 2024. We'll then have a little bit of a discussion as well, where we'll sort of discuss what's both the process going forward in terms of how we're going to be looking at RA enhancement sort of in light of these changing regulatory programs and in light of the changing resource mix and needs within the system, as well as sort of discuss, how, particularly as the data inputs change in 2025 for the CPUC Slice Today, how might, the CAISO transition or not to sort of different frameworks. And so, yeah, if you wanted to flip to the next slide, please.
And maybe just to pause, I received a message that folks aren't able to see the slides. Can we just get confirmation? All right, I'm seeing that we are seeing slides. All right, we can move to the next slide.
This actually may be on a block on your end because we are able to see them. If you are experiencing that, I would say the best way to work around that is if you give attendees a link so that they can follow along as well. But I just wanted to put that out there that it's a block probably from wherever they're connecting in from.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's really helpful. And so this slide really, we've covered this really already in the agenda, but if I were to really kind of highlight it, is that we're really going to have time to hear from you all, hear from the other LRAs in the footprint on any sort of near-term changes being considered to their RA program as well. And so we're going to set aside time for that. But really, I think, like, if we look at sort of what the core objectives of these workshops are, we're certainly looking for an open discussion from you all, making sure that we really understand your all's perspectives. We've given some thought in terms of how the information for the Slice Today in 2024 would work in our systems and processes. We're really wanting to make sure that we have a venue here to have that open dialogue and to hear any concerns that you all have with our approach. As well as, and if we're willing to flip the next slide, we can probably have a little better discussion on this, sort of our process forward. So if we flip to slides, page 7 on the slides. So this is really gives kind of described as a draft RA roadmap in terms of some of the changes that we're looking to make to the ISO systems and processes. And if you look at sort of that middle left, we're really discussing kind of this near-term workshop discussion on CAISO interoperability with the CPUC Slice Today reforms. And kind of as I alluded to before, this is really a workshop. We're not anticipating at this moment that we'll necessarily need to make any tariff reforms for 2024. But we'll certainly be looking to get your feedback to make sure that we're thinking about all these issues in the right way. But this really kind of fit into sort of what we describe as sort of more of a longer-term holistic look at sort of the changing landscape within California, within the West, how our program can be better aligned to produce the goals of having a reliable and efficient RA program within California. And a lot of this is really very high level. It was really kind of describing some of the different tracks we're working on. And the reason I have it at this point in time, we'll be coming back to this slide later on in the discussion, but during our last call related to the CPM soft offer cap review, we had a number of questions, people were trying to understand how this fit in with broader changes, and for lack of a better term, would there be another chance for people to have a bite at the apple with respect to relooking at some of these RA issues? So we'll get into the details of this. I won't get into this now because a lot of this is really not as focused on the slice a day reforms at hand. But yeah, I'll stop now. Would this be a good time to field questions before we sort of move on to Luke Nickerman from PG&E's presentation?
Sounds great. Caitlin, do we have any questions?
Don't at this time. I do see a few notes in the chat that folks can see the slides now, but just a reminder to everybody, to ask a question, you can use the raise hand icon there above the chat window or put your comment or question in the chat and I will read it aloud. We do have a question from Hillary Herbert from H&M Energy Consulting. Just a comment on slide 7. It looks like the RA working group efforts extend past the CPUC's go live date.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a very astute observation. The way that I would think about this, and to really be, the RA working group and RA / CPM initiatives really probably will extend beyond 2025 as well. At least to really these are ever-evolving programs. There might need to be some discussion within that context around are there pieces that we need to break off because for 2025, and we're certainly going to would like to get people's feedback within those RA working groups. And as we sort of start that RA initiative, what are the timing of certain aspects, and if there are certain things that need to go sooner, this isn't to imply that we would not address anything sooner than that. It's more to sort of say this will really be more of a holistic look at many different areas of the RA program, and one of the things I think you'll be seeing below is we're also going to be kicking off is really the wrong term. We've been undergoing for a while sort of an RA modeling effort within the ISO. People have seen that within our sort of evolving summer assessment and analyses and related processes. But we're really going to have likely sort of similar, working groups and discussions related to some of our modeling efforts as well. So almost all this stuff is sort of ongoing, and we'll get into some of those details a little bit later. But yeah, that's a fair observation. Yeah, thank you, Hillary.
All right. Well, I think that's all for questions at this time.
All right, let's go ahead and pass the mic to Luke for an overview of the CPUC's slice of day reform.
Good morning, everyone. Just checking to make sure people can hear me.
Yep, you sound great.
Okay, great. Yeah, if we can move to the next slide. Okay. All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Luke Nickerman. I'm a principal at PG&E in our Energy Policy and Procurement organization. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to talk about something that I've been working on for the last 3 years or so, as well as numerous other stakeholders. This has been, a very large effort, and so there's a lot to discuss. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this presentation is going to be informational in nature. I'm going to kind of cover the background, how we got to the point where we are today, kind of give a high-level overview of, how slice of day works, and then dive into some of the details on kind of the final framework that was recently adopted in a commission decision. And then we'll also touch on the timeline and some of the remaining issues. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is an effort that was actually started in early 2020. It was scoped into the 2019 resource adequacy proceeding. And I pulled out some language from that scoping memo, which was very relevant at the time, is still relevant today. And so I'm just going to go ahead and read this. The examination of the broader RA capacity structure to address energy attributes and hourly capacity requirements, given the increasing penetration of use-limited resources, greater reliance on preferred resources, rolling off of a significant amount of long-term tolling contracts held by utilities, and material increases in energy and capacity prices experienced in California over the past years. I think many of the people in the audience know at least some of these, or are familiar, very familiar with some of these trends, and so this was, kind of seen by the commission back in early 2020. We've certainly experienced grid stresses since then, which has only kind of underscored some of the trends that are included here. So that effort began in 2020. There was a process to gather proposals from stakeholders. I'd say like 3 or 4 stakeholders submitted proposals over the course of 2020 and early 2021. There were kind of workshops to explore those and debate them. And then there was a commission decision in July 2021 that adopted PG&E's slice of day concept and directed workshops to kind of more fully develop what those, what that concept would look like. And as part of that process, SCE proposed an hourly slice concept. And we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more later. And then kind of following those workshops, the various commenting processes, the commission in 2022 adopted SCE's hourly slice approach. It kind of decided on some elements of the final framework, and then it directed additional workshops to address the remaining elements. There was a process, let's say like a 4 or 5 month process following that decision, where we had a number of workshops to explore, these remaining issues, more fully develop them. There was a workshop report, commenting process, and then in April of this year, the commission adopted essentially all of the outstanding elements for the slice of day framework, and then directed some additional work to ready the approach for 2024 test year and then 2025 implementation. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So in that 2021 decision, the commission outlined some principles, and I've included them here because there's a lot of, as you're going to see, there's a lot of trade-offs that we're trying to balance as we're developing this framework. The first one is reliability, and then cost to customers, then hourly energy sufficiency with kind of advancing environmental goals, hourly granularity with simplicity and transactability. So you can kind of see the push and pull on each of these, where you would like it to be granular, but you also want it to be simple and something that parties can transact on. And so there's a lot of trade-offs that we were trying to balance. We were also aiming for implementation in the near term by 2024. And then we also wanted to be durable, right? And something that could be adaptable as the electric grid changes. I think most people are familiar with the blackouts that happened in December 2020. And at the time, you could say, well, the issue was that we were measuring things on the gross peak, but actually the net peak was the problem. And so it could have been tempting just to try to address the net peak. But I think as we're going to see, you could potentially have other issues coming up over the course of the day. And so, finding something that was durable where we wouldn't kind of find ourselves back in the same position 5, 10 years from now was really the goal. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So what does the final framework look like? So this is my attempt to kind of pull all of the major pieces together into one slide. We're going to dive deeper into many of these in the following slides, but I just want to start with kind of a high-level overview. And so the first issue is the slice structure. Early in the process, we debated a lot about, what's the right number of hours to have in a slice. The thinking was it would break up the day, maybe it's 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour slices, and you would, as an LSC, essentially be kind of solving for those slices. But it became apparent fairly quickly that we're having increasing amounts of renewables. Those have profiles that change, fairly dramatically over the course of the day, and so it became really complicated to break it up into slices that were larger than 1 hour. And so, as I mentioned earlier, SCE came up with a proposal to do it on an hourly basis. So essentially, you would have 24 slices over the course of the day. And part of that proposal was to keep things bundled over the course of the day, which means you wouldn't be able to sell a resource for, let's say, 1 hour. You would have to sell the entire resources for all 24 hours. And so that kind of kept things much more simpler than I think initially the thought was, well, maybe you would be selling various slices. Doing that for 24 would add a lot of complication to the framework. And so the pairing of a 24 slice framework, which gives you that granularity and accuracy with the bundling of the resource, really kind of stood out as the best option. And then seasons, there was also debate about, could we simplify it on a monthly basis, right? The current framework is monthly. Could you go to something that's seasonal, maybe it's 4 seasons or 3 seasons, or 2, a summer or non-summer. But again, we run into issues here with like solar profiles in particular change fairly dramatically over the course of the year and from month to month. And so it became challenging to come up with a seasonal approach that works really well. So the final approach, 24 slices, 12 months. And so you can imagine if you kind of put together all of the various data points, you're looking at a 288 across the year. Showings. So monthly, there's also debate about, should it be monthly? Should it be something more aggregated, which would cut down on some of the administrative burden associated with it. Ultimately, monthly was kind of decided as the best option there as well. Resource counting. So a couple of things here changed fairly significantly from the existing framework. Solar and wind in particular, the existing framework uses ELCC. ELCC becomes really problematic when you're talking about a 24-hour profile, because typically you're getting one value for the month or even one value for the year in some cases. And so we looked at various options for solar and wind. The commission ultimately decided on an exceedance-based approach that was based on a high load day profile. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means. Dispatchable PMAX, storage PMAX, so not a lot of changes there. There were other changes for storage, which we'll get into. Hybrids. So the hybrid was essentially using the existing framework with some updates, and in particular the updates for wind and solar. Hydro will still continue to use the existing single value, at least initially. Demand response. So a variable profile was adopted, but it's required to be shown during the availability assessment hours for at least 4 hours during that period. Imports, contracted amounts for non-specific. If it's a resource-specific import, then it would follow the rules for that particular resource type. And then non-dispatchables existing. A few other requirements. For full capability, must offer obligation, and then resources must be deliverable. Charging requirements, so this applies to storage. There is a charging requirement, and the test is performed as part of the showing tool. So essentially, if you're showing storage, you need to show excess capacity in other hours to fully charge that storage plus any losses. Maximum cumulative capacity buckets, or MCC buckets. So people familiar with the existing framework know that there are multiple buckets. I think there's like 5. They're fairly prescriptive, requiring things like you must bring a certain amount of base load resources. You can only show a certain amount of demand response or like 4-hour resources. And so when you go to kind of this hourly structure under slice of day, it obviates a lot of the need for those buckets. And so ultimately the commission determined that really the only one that was continued to have a need was the demand response bucket. The load forecast, so still using a 1 and 2 based on gross load, and then worst day values. Worst day values essentially means that as you're trying to determine what the requirements are for a particular month, you're looking at the highest load in that month and then using the 24-hour profile from that day to determine what those requirements are. LSD allocation. So this is the existing framework, but applied at the slice level. So this increases the number of data points significantly. You can imagine the CECs performed a test last year for this, and they believe they can do this. So that's the current plan. Planning reserve margin, loss of load expectation determined. And we'll be getting into a little bit more of the PR in a minute. And then unbundling. So we already talked about unbundling on the slice side, and one of the reasons why it was, determined to not allow for unbundling by slice. There was also discussion about requirements and potentially allowing for LSCs to sell sell their requirements. And ultimately that was decided, at least for now, that that would not be allowed. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, I see a question on storage. Are all storage resources counted the same regardless of duration? The answer is yes. So I'm guessing kind of the question here is, would 4-hour storage count the same as 8-hour storage? So if you're talking about, let's say, 200 megawatt resources, but one is available for 4 hours, while one is available for 8 hours, you would still get the 100, but obviously for the 4-hour resource, you can only count it across 4 hours, or if you break it up, say you could do 50 megawatts across 8 hours. Whereas with the 8-hour resource, you could show it across 8 hours at the full 100 if you wanted, or even break it up further. So hopefully that answers that question. Okay, so how does this all work graphically? So I just want to start by saying this is illustrative. This was put together a couple of years ago. The data is out of date, but it's useful in showing you how it would work. Under the current framework, you're just looking at the gross value, right? So you can imagine if you looked at, hour ending 17, for instance, let's just say that's the peak is, or maybe 18 in this case, you would just be trying to solve for that one slice. Slice a day kind of opens it up to all hours, right? So you're looking at 24 instead of just one. And so you're looking at what the demand is across all of those 24 hours, plus some PRM on top of that. And as you kind of stack up your resources, you need to get to the point essentially where you're meeting the requirements in every single one of those hours. So from hour ending 18 to 23, we have some storage laid in there. So you can imagine if there weren't any storage on the system, you took that out, that there would be a large gap in those evening and nighttime hours, and those would need to be filled in some way. So I've put in storage here, and the one requirement is that you have to be able to charge that storage, and so you would need at least as much excess capacity in other hours to fully charge that storage plus any losses. And so you can see there's a significant amount of solar over the course of the day that does lie above that dotted line. And so in this particular case, you would be okay in terms of that charging requirement for the storage that's required. I think a couple of other things to point out here why we think the slice a day framework is better for the long term. This extends beyond the net peak into the much later evening and nighttime hours. And then you can also see, like in some scenarios, you might actually have issues in the morning as well. You can see hour ending 7, that dotted line is getting very close to the resource stack in that hour. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So we're going to get into a little bit more detail on the framework elements. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. Okay, so these slides have lots of detail. I'm going to try not to go through all of these. The slides will be available for people to pull up and kind of use this as a cheat sheet. But we'll go ahead and start with the compliance tools. So there's four kind of compliance tools that are being put together as part of this process. First one is the master resource database. This is essentially the tool that's going to have all of the relevant information about RA eligible resources that LSCs will need as they're putting together their showings. And the resources will need to be on this MRD, this master resource database, to qualify for RA. And then so how does this look different from, let's say, the NQC list? So there's new information, in particular for resources like storage, wind, solar. In the case of storage, you're going to need continuous run energy, charging efficiencies, a couple of examples. And then, of course, for wind and solar, you'll need to know what the profiles are for those resources. Energy Division is producing the MRD. They're coordinating with CAISO and generators. And so essentially, they're going to be releasing the MRD and then kind of taking feedback from generators to ensure that the information is accurate. There was a draft released in February. Final is expected at some point this summer. There'll be an annual update process for deliverability and QC changes, and the new resources will be coming on a monthly basis. And then the last thing is some stakeholders had argued for including disadvantaged community or DAC information, and that will also be included. So the LSC showing and verification tools. So the showing tool is essentially what the LSCs will be using to make their RA showings, and they'll be leveraging the master resource database to do that. And then the verification tool will be what the Energy Division is using to ensure compliance. There'll be pass and fail logic included in both. And moving forward, the decision adopted SCE's showing tool, but it also directed incorporation of some logic, storage logic in particular, that Clean Power Alliance has put together. And again, Energy Division developed this tool as well. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, then there's the LSC requirements database. So this is essentially going to have the LSC compliance obligations for each LSC. And so it'll be 288 values, 12 months by 24 hours. The CEC is, as I mentioned, in 2022, had conducted kind of this dry run for 2023. And the database will ultimately be kind of developed by Energy Division, but taking input from the CEC on the 24-hour load shapes that they're developing for each LSC. The cost allocation mechanism and RA allocation processes. So this addresses all of the allocation issues associated with CAM, RMR, central procurement entity, and DR allocations. The allocation is going to be based on the monthly peak load ratio, and then also by resource class, and allocated to LSCs on that basis. And then for storage resources, there's this energy sufficiency requirement. And so, it wouldn't be fair to just allocate the storage without that, requirement that LSCs show excess in other hours. So those requirements will also be allocated. And it was done in this way so that LSCs have the flexibility to show and to kind of shape the storage in the way that they prefer. So, for instance, if they need to show it in the late evening, they can do that as opposed to showing it at a specified, pre-specified time. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, accounting rules. So we'll start with wind and solar. This is, two of the resources that had the largest change as part of this process. The final decision adopted PG&E's proposal for a top 5 days methodology. What does that mean? Well, it means that in looking back at historical performance, we had proposed taking the top 5 days for each month. And so over a 6-year period, 5 days for each one of those months. So essentially 30 observations for each month. And you would average those and then be able to come up with a profile of how those resources typically perform on high load days. And then we used that profile and kind of compared it to different exceedance levels and determined that a 70% level in the summer months, so June through September, was a pretty good fit. And then a 50% level in the non-summer months was a pretty decent fit as well. So you can see it in the table down below, it's essentially a 288, right? 24 values for each month. And then a couple of additional details. So this will use actual production data, and then it's going to be applied at the technology and regional profile level. So tracking, non-tracking for solar, Northern California versus Southern California wind, as well as out-of-state wind. Okay, and I see a question on this. See from Callie Wells, is the CPUC still planning on having different values for MP15 and SP15? Yes, I believe that's the plan. So we haven't seen the final yet, so we haven't seen what these will look like for the different technology types for solar or the regional profiles for wind, but I believe it will likely still be MP15 and SP15.
Luke, we do have 2 questions on the phone line. Do you want to get to them now or wait until your presentation is complete?
If they're clarifying questions, we could take them now. Otherwise, maybe let's wait until the end.
Okay, I'm not sure. Let's just wait until the end of the presentation. We're just a few slides away. So we'll get to you, Susan and Newell, in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so hybrids and co-located. So I mentioned that this is using the existing additive methodology, but updating it for the new approach for wind and solar. Essentially, the existing methodology looks at the relative size of the renewables and the storage, and determines whether there's sufficient renewable capacity to fully charge the storage. And if that's the case, you get kind of full credit for the storage for that particular month. And then any excess kind of gets us the treatment, the existing treatment for wind and solar. All right, so in this case, the Commission has adopted an exceedance approach for wind and solar, and so any excess would get that exceedance treatment. Another kind of big question as part of this process was, what do you do about any energy-only renewables that are in the co-located configuration? And there was a lot of debate about whether those should be eligible for charging capacity when they are co-located, right? Given that there aren't kind of transmission constraints from charging the storage if they're co-located. Ultimately, the Commission decided in favor of this, and so co-located resources that have a renewable that isn't that is energy only will still be able to count that for charging capacity. This was done partly kind of put hybrids and co-located resources on the same page, because with hybrids you don't see both of the components, you just see the combined, and with co-located, you see the separate components. And so the thinking was, if energy only were eligible essentially for hybrids but not for co-located, then it would kind of create this incentive to go with hybrids as opposed to co-located resources. So storage. So storage is one of the resources that's very modular in nature, and so you can essentially use it to fill gaps in your requirements and the resource stack. And so down below, I've included the graph from earlier in the presentation and just highlighted where the storage shows up. And so there was that gap in the evening, but you can imagine if you had a gap in the morning, you could take that storage and fill it in the morning as well. And so depending on the LFC and what their requirements look like in their resource stack, they'll be able to move storage around and fill in those gaps that way. I mentioned the excess charging capacity and their hours, and that will be a requirement, and it will include losses. And then another one of the big questions was, can you show it for multiple cycles? Ultimately, it was determined that if it's operationally and contractually able to do that, that the Commission will allow for it. With that said, the defaults in the master resource database will be 1 cycle per day. And so there'll be essentially a process where the Commission, where Energy Division releases the draft, and then generators will have to provide input on whether the resources are able to do multiple cycles. And then multi-day storage. So this is the storage that crosses essentially the 24-hour threshold. How should that be counted? There was discussion about this. There wasn't really any particular proposal that stood out, and so the commission deferred this this determination to a later phase. So, question on the master resource database: is it to be maintained in parallel to the existing CAISO GRDT master file? That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that. I'm not sure. So anyone online that does know, happy to have them speak up.
This is Christy Sonata from the CAISO, and so the master resource database is not something that the CAISO is going to maintain. That's something that the PUC is going to maintain, but in order to validate some of the parameters that are in that database, the PUC will be using data that CAISO provides the PUC under subpoena. But that database is not something, again, that the CAISO is hosting or maintaining. That's the PUC database, and there's been some emails to the RA service list that is asking parties for input on the parameters in the current iteration of that.
Thanks, Chris. And I'm seeing another question. Let's see, so if storage resource A has 1 cycle per day in the MRD and resource B has 2 cycles per day in the MRD, these resources have the same RA obligation. I'm not sure if you're referring to kind of like must offer obligation, which they would still have, full must offer obligation, or something else. I think one of the reasons why 2 cycles per day was approved is because, at the CAISO, if you cycle your battery and, essentially complete it, you still have to be available later in the day. So it's not like you can just essentially get out of your must offer obligation if you fully exhaust it. So that's why it was one of the kind of rationales for why 2 cycles per day was reasonable to include.
And this is Abdul from CAISO. Just to clarify, I think from a CAISO perspective, the must offer is not changing. So it is going to be continue to be what it is today, unless obviously changes happen in the RA enhancements process, which we'll get to in our slides later.
Yeah, thanks, Abdul. Okay, so an additional follow-up question here. So will the onus be on DRPs to update the CAISO master file in addition to the CPUC master resource database? I just want to better understand the apparent increase in critical tasks for market participation. I think the answer to this is yes.
Yeah, this is Christy again from the CAISO. Yeah, so the answer is yes. So we kind of worked this out in the PUC's twice a day process, but yeah, the master resource database is something the PUC is maintaining. They're using some information to pre-populate that database, but sending it out for parties to review and correct, and then on the back end doing some validation using CAISO master file data. But there are 2 spots where market participants will have to kind of update and monitor information. There is some talking, though, between those 2, just FYI.
All right, thanks, Christy. Okay, I'm going to move this along here. I think we're coming to the end of the presentation pretty quickly, so see if we can finish off the slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so additional counting rules, dispatchable resources. So we decided or the commission decided on a PMAX, essentially the existing methodology applied to all hours in the month. There was some consideration about a UCAP light, which would take into consideration ambient D rates. That was rejected in favor of exploring a full UCAP. That's partly driven by just data limitations to come up with a UCAP light methodology that that was kind of rigorous and accurate. Hydro, so a single monthly value based on existing QC counting methodology. There was some discussion about profile for hydro. That was also deferred to future refinements. And then demand response. So this is for the 2024 test year. Some people will be familiar that there is this demand response process happening, or working group process that the CEC has been leading. That is kind of still in process and is part of a proposed decision that was released separately just recently. And so that's kind of where, discussion about what 2025 and beyond will look like. But for 2024, the test year, it uses the LIP methodology. It adopts a variable profile and requires that demand response resources be shown for 4 consecutive hours during the availability assessment hours. And then I also mentioned earlier, it maintains a maximum cumulative capacity, MCC, bucket cap on demand response. The planning reserve margin. So 1 PRM is to be used for all hours of the year, at least initially. And the task in the reform track is to convert and calibrate results of a loss of load study to the slice of day framework. And then finally, the decision directs integration of the NRDC, SCE calibration tools to do that conversion and calibration. I will say that this is another issue where it's kind of split across different tracks. The proposed decision that I just mentioned also talks about the PRM and the PRM per slice a day. And so this calibration process, as part of that proposed decision, is envisioning a kind of a draft that Energy Division would release, I believe, in September. Let's see, let's go ahead and go to the next slide and try to get through this, and then we can turn to questions. So the next slide, please. Okay, so MCC buckets, I've already mentioned the DR bucket. All the other buckets were essentially eliminated as part of the slice a day process. Test year details. So there was debate about what the goals of the test year should be. Essentially, the commission decided that it should be to ensure that all the tools and rules function as intended, and then also provide LSEs with time to adjust their portfolios to meeting the slice a day requirements. The 2024 test year would be limited. However, there would be an annual showing plus month ahead showings from March, June, September. And then Energy Division is directed to prepare a report summarizing that test year experience by February 1, 2024. Next slide. Okay, QC values. So this gets into CAISO and CPC validation and compliance. I'm just going to touch on what the decision says here. I think we'll be discussing this later today. So for 2025 and beyond, the Commission will transmit 3 values to the CAISO for compliance purposes. One will be the maximum showing values from the LSEs. One will be the peak showing values from LSEs. And then one will be the greater of the peak hour value and a very small non-zero value if the minimum value is 0. So for instance, if it's after the sun goes down and there's no solar value, it would be a very small non-zero value that's transmitted. And then these would be used to within the NPC list. Next slide. Okay, so last slide, timeline and remaining tasks. So I mentioned the test year for 2024, the annual and the monthly showings from March, June, and September. And then there's also additional flexibility built in on the submission timeline for these test year submissions. And then full implementation in compliance year 2025. And then the tasks that are still kind of in process, the finalizing of these various tools, so the master resource database, LC showing and verification tools, LC requirements database, and then the PRM calibration. Okay, so that's the end of the presentation, and I see lots of questions popping up in the chat here. So if we can find them. Okay, so we've got a question from Anna from SoCal Gas. Sorry if I missed it, but if storage is needed in the morning before the solar excess, is the slice and day format able to use the excess from the prior day? So yeah, so there's logic built into the showing tool where if you, well, I guess regardless of whether you're showing it once or twice, there has to be a period after which you show the storage for you to then charge it, and you need to have excess in those hours to do that charging. So so if you, let's say, if you showed it, I guess in this case, this is probably showing it twice, right? So if you showed it in the evening and then you're showing it in the morning, you would need a period right between kind of the last showing time and then the first showing time in the morning to fully charge that storage. And you would have to have excess in those hours, so essentially nighttime hours, to fully charge it. Okay, so another question from Grant Laser. Thanks for the presentation. Will storage be eligible to contribute RA in non-consecutive hours? And will it be eligible to contribute RA at a level below its Pmax but spread over more hours? So yes and yes. So if you needed it for, let's say, a few evening hours, but then also a couple of morning hours, you could show it, you could spread it across that period as long as you're not exceeding, the available kind of energy within the storage unit. So let's say it's a 4-hour, 100 megawatt battery, so essentially 400 megawatt hours that could be shown across the day. And that could be split up, let's say 200 in the evening and 200 in the morning. And if you then wanted to split it across more than just 4 hours, you could do that as well. So the example I gave early in the presentation is it's a 4-hour battery. Let's say you wanted to show it for 8 hours. And so instead of showing it for 100 megawatts, you would show for 50 megawatts. Okay, so then question from Tony Shi. For the dispatchable rated at Pmax for all hours and all months, is there any capacity performance penalty like the PJM is currently using? So I'm not familiar with the capacity performance penalty from PJM, but there is no, I think the answer is no. Essentially, there's no penalty. Coming back to UCAP Light, the thinking there was that to the extent a resource had major ambient D-rate impacts, that performance degradation would show up. But like I said, that was not adopted. And so it's something that will be considered, I think, later on as part of essentially this proceeding or the next one, but will not be in place for 2024 and 2025.
Hey, Luke?
Yeah.
Hey, look, yeah, this is Abdul. Just on that question, from the CAISO's perspective, it's just RAIM for now, unless we make changes to our processes. Just RAIM RAIM is the only, performance penalty that we're going to be continue to apply.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Abdul. Okay. So let's see, from Alex Tang, annual updates for deliverability and NQC changes monthly for new resources. Does this mean that DR resources will not be able to change NQC values month by month to account for customer joining, leaving aggregations? If customer leaves a PGCC resource, can DRPs reduce the NQC of that resource for future months? Okay, so just to clarify, the monthly for new resources. Yeah, it's a good question. And I'm not sure. So,
hey, Luke.
Yeah.
This is Abdul again. Yeah, I think what they're talking about in a previous slide, you talked about how the NQC process will be set annually and updated only for new resources in the monthly process. I think the current process for DRs is they request their QC/NQC through the PUC and then the CAISO on monthly basis after they get all their aggregation finalized. And I think that's what they're asking about. Is this changing? And I'm not sure that it's changing from the PUC's perspective. We're not making changes from that perspective. They can continue to do that. They cannot reduce NQC, but they can continue to request on a monthly basis. And I think the PUC is keeping that process as well, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think and this might be an area where there's more discussion kind of happening in this other track, the 2024 track, related to the QC value for DR resources. So that might be an active issue there. We have kind of members of our DR team that follow that more closely than I do. So, so yeah, I don't think this is a change that's happening, but yeah, I would urge kind of engagement in that process too, if that's a concern for you. Okay, so I think it looks like that's all the questions in the chat. Are there questions on the phone line as well?
Yeah, there are. We have one from Susan Schneider from Phoenix Consulting. Go ahead and unmute your line.
Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Sorry, I've been on the line here for quite a long time. Would you mind going back to slide 16, please? Okay, my question is of these different databases and the various tools on slides 16 and 17, and I think it goes into 18. What kind of information, which of these databases, if any, are going to be sort of public and accessible, like the NQC list, and which of them will not be?
Yeah, good question. So the master resource database will be public. LSEs will essentially need to use it to populate their showing tool. I believe the showing tool and the verification tool, those will also be public. Obviously not the completed showing tools that LSEs make, but the unpopulated versions will be public. And then the one that will not be, if you go to slide 17, So the LSC requirements database, so that will not be public. That's going to have, sensitive information about LSC requirements, and so that's going to be maintained by the Energy Division and not made available for, publicly.
Okay. And the CAM, any information on the CAM and RA allocation processes, those presumably would just be part of the population of the other LSC databases. So are those not public?
No, I mean, so the amount that each LSC gets, no, that's not going to be public either.
Okay. Okay. And then can you go to just slide 18, please, then? Yeah, so I had trouble, reading the decision on this one too. When it says top 5 days, are the top 5 days the highest load days, the highest net load days, or some other highest energy use? What is the actual definition of the top 5 days?
Yeah, so it's the highest load days, gross load, not net load.
Highest gross load days. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And it looks like, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, that was it.
Okay, so it looks at every hour in each of those top 5 days.
Yeah, you're using for each of those days, you're using the 24-hour profile from that day.
Okay, okay. And then could you go to the next slide, please, on slide 19? I just wanted to get some clarification because, again, this is a little bit unclear to me in the decision. Maybe you go to the next slide. Slide 19.
Can we go to slide 19, please?
Yes, please. Next slide. Thank you. Okay. On the hybrids and co-located, again, this is a little unclear. If the solar and if you've got a co-located resources and the solar is fully deliverable, are you still if you're going to use it for charging capacity, or can you have a choice of using it for charging capacity and then just applying exceedance to anything that's left over, or do you have to have it be charging capacity? Could it just be separate and something else used for charging capacity, or how does that? What are the options there?
Yes, I believe if it's fully deliverable, I think you kind of have all of those options available to you. Or you could use it as just, like normal solar capacity, or you could use it for charging capacity. Obviously, if it's the same LSE, like and they're showing the storage, they're gonna, need to show the charging capacity, whether that comes from solar or somewhere else.
Okay. Okay. And just a couple more questions. If you go to slide 22, please. Okay. It says QC values are coming from LSEs. I guess that the phrasing was a little bit strange to me. This commission is transmitting the values to the CAISO. And so they're for use in the maximum showing values from LSEs, or the information is not coming from the LSEs, right?
Hey, we can probably address that.
Yeah, this is Abdul. So I think the first 2 items, maximum showing values from LSEs and peak showing values from LSEs, though, as far as I remember, those are actually coming from the PUC. I mean, I think the showings are from the LSEs, Susan, that is correct, but the way it's transmitted to the CAISO from the commission, and those are for the test year. However, for the 2025 year, the QC that's going to be used for 2025 and beyond is that last bullet item, which is the greater of the peak value and a non-zero value for those VERS, and then I think the rest are following the existing QC methodologies. But so the first 2 bullet points coming from the PUC to the CAISO is for the test year. The last bullet point, I think that's what's coming to the CAISO in 2025 and going forward for the purpose of establishing NQC.
Okay, I think I got that. And then just one last thing. It does seem like, and this is, I know you got a couple of other earlier questions about this, but I didn't quite get the answer here. It seems like at least some of the values here in the MRD and the CAISO NQC list are going to be duplicative in some way, or in the master file also at the CAISO. And the CAISO is going to have things like ramp rates and things like that it sounds like are not going into the MRD, but the, in the master file. But even the NQC numbers and some of the stuff that might be in both databases, is there going to be some kind of validation back and forth? Is it up to the generator to try and make sure that everything's consistent, or how is the CAISO, are the CAISO and the CPUC going to try and do that, or how's that sort of validation check or consistency check going to work for things that are in both places?
Yeah, this is Christy from the CAISO. So yes, there will be some validation happening between the CAISO and the PUC. The MRD is owned by the PUC, so they're going to host and develop that. The issue that we're running into was that, we didn't want to just release everything in our master file directly because some of those values are confidential. And so where we landed was that the PUC will pre-populate their master resource database with public information on resources, and then make some general assumptions about parameters such as, maximum state of charge for batteries, for example, as default that they will release, for review by stakeholders. And then on the back end, the CAISO does provide the PUC master file data under subpoena, so they can use that to validate updates, from suppliers or resource owners. So there is validation, we just wanted to protect some of the information that's, perhaps confidential that the CAISO is passing to the PUC currently, but we will be coordinating with them. So let me know if that helps, or if I can clarify anything else.
Okay. Okay. So you're going to give the data to the PUC and some of the data to the PUC, and then is the PUC responsible for doing that validation back with the CAISO, or I assume there'll be well, let me ask another question. I assume there'll be a process if someone notices that there are inconsistencies, there'll be some way to fix that.
Correct. Yeah. We're just trying to do it in a way where CAISO is not releasing any confidential information for any resources without the resource owner kind of, being okay with that. Okay. And so the PUC will pre-populate their database with information that's public. So for example, like on our OASIS, there's, various generation parameters that are public, but for the ones that are not currently public, then the PUC will make some, general assumptions that the suppliers will validate, but then, they always have data that we provide them under subpoena to do that cross-checking and follow up with suppliers as needed.
Okay, well, I think that's close enough. Thanks a lot. I'm done.
All right, thank you. We do have a hand raised from Noah Tang. Go ahead and unmute the line. Thank you.
From Middle River Power. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you.
Oh, great. So since we're on this page, I'll start with this slide. Can you walk through again, sort of, what is the difference between the peak showing value and the peak hour value?
Do you want to take that again?
Yeah, sure. It's actually the maximum showing value. So the maximum showing value means the maximum value that is shown during all 24 slices. And the peak showing value is the value at the peak hour only.
Okay, so the second bullet and the third bullet, those values may end up being the same?
So the first bullet and the second bullet, okay. So so let me clear the confusion. The first bullet and the second bullet are showings based. So they are actually values from the LSC's showings. The third bullet is the new QC methodology for for wind and solar, the new exceedance methodology, that's based on the highest value in the peak hours. So I think bullet 1, 2 are completely different than bullet 3 because they're used for different reasons and processes.
I guess so. Can you go to slide? I don't know, slide 14. So if you're looking at simply at the the solar chart here, yeah, the hourly value. So the max value is somewhere between let's say 12 or 13, but then your peak value here is either hour 18 or 19, right? And so the peak value is this sort of very low-ish number, but looking at all this number, it's generally not. It's a non-zero number, right? I understand it's illustrative, but
yeah, well, the peak value could be a zero value. I mean, it's some solar resources or solar resources might be zero or close to zero, which is fine because that's for the purpose of the test year showing data exchange. But for the purpose of setting QC for NQC in 2025 and after, we ask for a minimum of a non-zero value. So when they're looking at the peak, the height of the peak hours, like a solar resource could have zeros all across. So we're saying, can we get, if they're all zeros, then please bump it to a non-zero value at a minimum for the purpose of setting NQC.
I see. So then on the greater of the peak hour value, will LSCs and suppliers know what the peak hour is to grab that number and send it to the ISO in 2025?
Well, that's PUC is going to send that info to us. So it's a step, the current process of setting NQC, we get the QC values from the PUC, and then we built the NQC list from that after doing our own stuff. So we'll get that value from the PUC, so the PUC will decide on what is that peak value, and the non-zero value is what's needed in this case.
Okay, so then on going back to slide 22, you said, Abdul, that in 2024, you're going to get from the CPUC the max showing values from the LSCs, the peak showing values from the LSCs, and that I'm assuming on both the year ahead and the month ahead. But then in 2025, is it only, or you're going to get all three of these values?
All right, so 2025, only the third value, pending what we do in implementation. I think that's the key word. I think Noah will get to a lot of that when we talk in our slides on how the interaction is happening. But the first two, the LSCs are going to submit showings for the test year of 2024 to the PUC. The PUC will share with us that data for bullet 1 and 2, and we're going to talk about this. We might ask for also other information from the PUC, just kind of informally. But that's just the PUC sharing some of the test year showings data. That's what the intent of bullet 1 and 2.
Okay, got it. But then in sort of actual after test year, the LSCs presumably, as well as suppliers, will be sending some information, and I'm assuming based off of the third bullet.
Right, so yeah,
okay.
So basically, the third bullet will set NQC for 2025 and after, and then pending what implementation changes we do for 2025 and after, we'll get the data from the LSCs and the suppliers as usual. We're getting data from PUC for bullets 1 and 2 for the test year only, essentially, and depending on what we do in 2025,
Got it, thanks. Because the slide reads, from 2025 beyond, it sounds like you're getting all three, but that's not the case. You're saying you're only going to get one of the values.
Right.
Got it.
And Luke, if I misinterpreted your slide, please let us know, but that's my understanding.
Okay. So, and then for Luke, on slide 18, on the wind and solar slides, because the commission adopted PG&E's top 5 days, but then added on the flex alert days for purposes of the benchmark, do you know whether or not that made any changes to the exceedance thresholds, or did the commission simply adopt the exceedance thresholds regardless of the impact of the flex alert days?
So I believe they adopted the exceedance thresholds, so essentially the 70% and the 50%. That was my understanding.
Yeah, were the exceedance thresholds sort of derived from the flex alert day data?
So when we did our analysis, we had not included those days.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, you don't get a perfect fit. And so what we were looking for when we were kind of doing that comparison is what was the exceedance level that gave you a very close fit, but also didn't kind of run the risk of overvaluing things during kind of peak hours. So I don't believe the flex alert days. I remember who I talked to. I believe someone did incorporate the flex alert days, and it's not a very large impact, is my understanding.
I think I recall the ISO doing some flex alert days, but their data set didn't go as far back as PG&E. So yeah, I mean, at least the way I kind of read or interpreted the decision was simply that the methodology for the benchmarking was top 5 days plus flex alert days, but then I was kind of expecting Energy Division to rerun the benchmark, because you would think that they ought to on a yearly basis, because this is a 6-year rolling basis, right?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and if anyone is on from Energy Division and kind of knows the answer to that, happy to have them kind of jump in. I'm somewhat speculating on what I kind of read the decision to say.
Fair enough. Have you had a chance to talk with Energy Division on when those profiles might show up? I know I'm kind of putting out.
So it'll be as part of the master resource database. And I believe they're trying to get it out this summer, like soonish. So I don't know. I don't have the exact answer for you in terms of the timing.
Okay. Got it. And then on your slide 23, there's sort of remaining tasks. You mentioned the PRM calibration tool. Is there an expectation in 2024 test year to use a specific slice of day PRM, or are LSEs going to be using a sort of the traditional 17% PRM that's in the PD at this point?
So 2024, right, is not binding. It's a test year. And the good question about what the PRM will be used as part of those test year materials. I'm not sure that I have the answer for that. I do know that in the proposed decision that came out recently, kind of like the 2024 operational track, they do talk about doing this test of the PRM and releasing something in September. So I think we will see something this year related to slice of day and the PRM associated with it.
Yeah, but the way I look, or the PD kind of reads is they're setting the PRM in stone, regardless of the test year, as well as slice of day. That's how it's currently written, or I'm interpreting how it's currently written.
Yeah, no, I agree. You mean for 2024? Yeah, I agree. Right, that if it's adopted as is, right, it would be a 17% PRM. That would be the kind of binding constraint. under the existing RM methodology, not the slice a day methodology, right?
But it goes into 25 too, so I'm slightly confused on that part. But
the effective CRM goes into 2025. I don't know about the 17%. Might need to take a closer look at that.
Okay. All right. Hey, that's it. Thanks so much.
Yep.
All right, thank you. We are a bit over time on this section, so thanks, Luke, for your presentation. We will take a quick 5-minute break and then pick up at 10:37. So go ahead and take a break, and we'll pick up in a few minutes. All right, thanks everyone. Hopefully you had a few minutes to stretch and run to the restroom. We're gonna pick back up here and hand it over to Partha and Abdul to take us through the ISO's resource adequacy, processes, and procedures.
Thank you. If you're willing to go to slide 25. Yeah, so thanks everybody and welcome back. So on this slide, at least was really the transition from Luke's discussion on the CPUC's slice a day reforms to sort of a little bit more of our discussion on the CAISO's resource adequacy processes. And I think really kind of like up front, I'd like to sort of acknowledge the fact that, we really view the CAISOs and the California RA structure as really, shared responsibilities between different state agencies as well as different LRAs within the CAISO footprint. And if you look at it, the reason that the PUC's changes are so important is that the PUC comprises roughly 90% of the ISO load within our footprint. And so the changes that they're making there are certainly material, but when we're looking at our processes, we're really wanting to make sure that when we're looking kind of holistically at what the CEC is doing, what the different CPUC and LRAs are doing, and sort of the CAISO's programs and operations, that they all are sort of fitting together in order to achieve the objectives that we're striving for in the RA program. And so, as well as at least I'd like to sort of thank the CPUC and the stakeholders who worked on that processes. I'd like to sort of acknowledge the fact that the PUC really did see the problem statements, and I won't go into them, that were discussed by Luke, and have sort of developed out that slice a day proposal to really address sort of the changing resource mix within California, and to try to achieve the reliability goals that we're all shooting for. Yeah, and so I certainly would say as well that we've obviously been as the ISO participating in the CPUC's proceedings. We're going to be sort of monitoring the progress and performing our own analysis going forward, just in terms of how well those programs and processes are working. What we're really going to get into now, just try to maybe base level set in terms of how do the various CPUC and LRA programs sort of work in tandem with the CAISOs. If you're willing to sort of flip to slide 26.
Next slide.
Yeah, this is I won't get into this. We kind of covered this already. The one thing I'll call out is that really when we're looking at the sort of this hybrid structure, the LRAs really are the ones that are the primary authority to set the qualified capacity values that go into that ultimately funnel into the CAISO systems and processes. But the CAISO does have a tariff provision for a default resource adequacy requirements for LRAs that have not adopted RA requirements. If you want to flip to the next slide, slide 27. So this is the last one, and this is really kind of high level. If you want to flip to the next slide. So this is really, really kind of describing at a high level how sort of the data and information from the LRAs will flow into the different ISO programs, and how there really is kind of a shared responsibility between the different LRAs and the CAISO. And Abdul will get into a lot of the specifics of it in terms of how this is actually operationalized within the CAISO program. So I'm not going to go through each one of these, but what we're really going to be discussing is a little bit is in terms of, we're looking at those first two boxes on the left, the requirement setting and the procurement showings. For the system component, obviously this is sort of foundationally set, by the different LRAs within the ISO's footprint, and that data will funnel into the ISO's processes. There's different responsibilities for local and flexible, as well as for, setting the NQC values, and Catalin and Robert will be getting into that a little bit later in terms of sort of some of the issues, some of the impacts on the deliverability settings and the setting of NQCs within the ISO's program. But ultimately, that data that funnels into our systems really will impact kind of our enforcement and backstop processes as well within the ISO's systems. And that, we're really wanting to make sure that, as the PUC's program evolves, and as well as other LRA programs evolve as well, that the ISO continues to be interoperable with that. As I alluded to before, and I won't go into those details now, we do have a longer-term initiative that will really be focused on, trying to make sure that, given the changing landscape in the West, given the tightening of supply and demand, given the changing resource mix within California, that the CAISO's roles and responsibilities, as well as our programs and processes, are effective and work well in tandem with the LRAs to meet the program goals that we're setting. And so Anya will get to that. We'll be discussing later sort of what our processes look like going forward for sort of more holistic changes in that respect. But, right now we're really trying to level set for folks as a part of this discussion, how did the pieces sort of fit together today, and then we'll get into a little bit in terms of 2024 and 2025, what are sort of how is the data that the ISO's receiving changing, or, for 2024 really, or not, and then sort of how will this affect our systems and processes. So, yeah, with that, I'll kick it to Abdul to discuss some of the details. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Partha. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I guess to get into a little bit more details of what do we mean by this interaction with the LRAs and the California entities in operating the RA program, I think we start with the first requirements. There's 3 types of requirements that are set for each LSC that they have to meet to fulfill their RA obligation. Those are the system requirement, local requirement, and flexible requirement. The system requirement is basically based on the CEC's coincident peak forecast study, which is based on which uses a 1 in 2 CEC forecast. And we add to that the planning reserve margin that is set by each LRA. So you can see right away from the system requirement that the main really trigger of RA obligation here, that all of us 3 entities, the California ISO, the CEC, the PUC, and all the other LRAs, there's interaction right away in there in determining the forecast and then setting the PRM. So that's how we come up with the system obligation. Each LSC has 1 obligation per month that they have to meet, and this is all done in a year ahead and month ahead process showings. So that's the system requirement. For the local requirement, the CAISO actually takes the lead on that in the local capacity technical study, which is based on using 1 in 10 forecast and applying that in our models, generation transmission modeling. And based on that analysis, based on that study, the CAISO comes up with the local requirements. And what we do is, again, in the interaction with the LRAs, we distribute those local requirements to the LRAs. In the case of non-PUC jurisdictionals, it's really 1 LRA per LSC, essentially. So we distribute the allocation all the way to the LSC level. We set it to that level. For the PUC, we actually send the PUC the aggregated obligation for that PUC LRA level, and the PUC determines how to allocate it to their LSCs and give it back to us on an LSC-based allocation. So again, you see there's a lot of interaction there. It's a single, again, a single monthly value. In this case, it's the same value for each month, but, you know, again, single value for the entire month. For the flexible obligation requirement, again, the CAISO is the lead on that with the CAISO flexible capacity technical study. Again, it uses a 1 and 2 CEC forecast, and then we use a lot of inputs, actually. Some of the main inputs that we get from the LSCs are their surveys, which include their own fleet and what they're using, specifically the VERS that they're using in their fleet. So we run that study, and we come up with a flexible requirement, and very similar to the local requirement for the non-PUC jurisdictionals, we allocate them to the LSCs directly. We tell each LSC what their requirement is. For the PUC, we say, PUC, here's yours. Here's your aggregated number, and they split it among their LSCs as they see fit. Obviously, that flexibility applies to all the LRAs, but like I said, the other LRAs are essentially 1-for-1 LRA for one LSC. So it makes sense that we just allocate it to the LSC directly. But again, the key thing is with all of these, I think the way we're doing them today, they're a single monthly value. The local doesn't change, but the system and flex, they change monthly, but they don't change daily, they don't change hourly. It's a single value. So that's important to understand how the process is working today, and kind of hopefully how we need to kind of make changes in the future to be able to look at a more granular or a slice kind of type obligation. Let's see. We got a question here. Okay, I'll just pause it for the questions as they come in. So, question from Noah. Yeah. So we'll use the AQC values. That's Noah's asking. ISO normally uses prior year AQC values for its LCRs. Given changes of AQC in 2024 into 2025, how will the CAISO incorporate these new 2025 NQCs? Will the ISO use 2024 test year NQC based on the exceedance? We will use the 2024 values, which are based on the current existing QC values. So remember, 2024 NQC list, which we'll get to, I think, in the slides towards the end, they're going to be based on existing methodology. 2025 NQC values, these are the ones that are changing to the new PUC methodology, which is, for example, exceedance for VERS.
And I guess for the event producer, could you unmute Noah in case there's a follow-up question?
Hey, Abdul. This is Noah Tong from Middleborough Power. So this has sort of happened before, where ELCC value decreased from year over year because of updates in the ELCC study, and the ISO has used a prior year NQC, but now because of the decrease, the LTR couldn't be met in a local area. And so I'm just trying to better understand if going into 2025, you know, I understand certainly the ISO will use some form of 2024 values because it needs to use a value. But if it were going into a new sort of world, a new framework, right, you would think because we have test year type of information, that the ISO would be able to use the test year and QC values to establish 2025, so that it's an apples-to-apples comparison rather than apples to orange.
Yeah, I think, okay, so what we do today, and I see Carolyn here, so Carolyn, you correct me if I'm wrong, we use the QC value. So right now when we ran the local requirements, local technical study, the input data that got in was the existing NQC values, and they were the 2023 data, right? That's what we have. The LCR study is ran before the new NQC list is even drafted or published. So for next year, that process will continue, and I think we're going to continue to do that every year, where we use the current NQC list. Now, any changes planned there, I'm not aware of. I don't think we have anything that we're planning to change right now. So that's where we're at, Noah.
Sorry, Abdul. Given that we're talking about what potential changes we could have, and knowing we have test year, shouldn't the ISO, anticipate these changes, right? Like if you have a resource that currently gets 100 megawatts of NQC, and the ISO sets the LCR based on 100 megawatts, but then in 2025 the NQC reduces to something like 25 megawatts because that's what the new values are, you're going to create an sort of an artificial efficiency for LSC. And so shouldn't the ISO use the 2024 test year NQC values? Granted, I understand the ISO may not have those values, but it's getting some of the QC values from the CPUC, right? That, along with the profiles, that shouldn't the ISO use the 25 megawatts to set the right LCR?
Thank you, Noah. This is Catalin. So it really doesn't make any difference because the LCR criteria methodology says that we will be using up to the NQC value with the actual output for that hour. So depending when the peak is for that local area, we'll be using up to the NQC hour. So for solar and wind, we're going to use, for solar, we're going to use the actual output for that hour. So if the peak is at 8 p.m., we're still going to be using 0 as we're using today. It doesn't matter what the NQC value is. For the rest of the resources, the NQC really doesn't change that much to the new methodology.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Noah. And I think Alex Tang was asking that he can't see the slides. I think they're visible to most people, and looks like from what the event producer said before, we might have an issue on your side, Alex, that's causing you not to see the slides, but they're visible to everyone else. Let's see, we got another question. Does the CAISO anticipate any changes in system peak forecast or local forecast given the issues with IER, PR, IPER forecast that resulted in reductions in the flexible capacity needs assessment? Does the ISO anticipate the need to alter in the future FCR similar to the 2024 process? I think what we're going to say, maybe we're jumping to the last slide with these questions, which is fine. I think what we're going to say is we will be evaluating the impacts of slice of day in more in depth in the RA enhancements initiative, hopefully that we're relaunching or launching later this year. So I think those questions hopefully will be addressed in that process. And then any questions related to those studies that the CAISO is doing, the local capacity study or the flex capacity study, those, I think it's best addressed in those stakeholder processes, which I think we finished both for next year. However, for 2025, I think between RA enhancements and those stakeholder processes that you'll see again early next year, hopefully we'll have answers to all these questions at that time. So, sorry, I don't have anything better right now, but that's where we're at. So next slide, please. All right, so 3 types of capacity that the LSCs have to secure to meet the 3 types of obligation. So system capacity to meet system obligation, low capacity to meet local obligation, and flex capacity to meet flex obligation. The system and local are based on the NQC list. So when we talk about the NQC list, I think this is again critical. How does the interaction happen? The NQC list has the QC portion, which is the qualifying capacity. This is the trigger to establishing the NQC list, is the basis for it. And the QC is actually, the CAISO defers to the LRAs to use to set the QC based on their methodologies. We do have default rules, as we, I think, mentioned in the first few slides, that if no one has a methodology and we don't get any QC values, but if we get QC values from at least one LRA, which we've been getting from the PUC since day one, as far as I know. So we use those QC values. So the way it triggers, the bulk of it comes in from the PUC based on, the QCs come in from the PUC based on their methodology. We have a few other LRAs that they have their own criteria that they send us data. And then we use that QC to establish NQC. The establishment really heavily depends on the deliverability, and then we do some other stuff like PMAX testing and some validations that we run, and that's how we come up with the NQC list. The NQC list is the basis for LSCs and suppliers to procure and contract RA, system and local RA capacity. The system capacity is simply based on all the resources in the list, plus imports can be used. And imports, as we're going to talk later, they're subject to MIC, the maximum import capability. That has to be secured by the LSCs. The internal fleet, they just have to be on the NQC and have specific values. Those values are the limiting factors for how much RA can be transacted. For local, any resource that is in a local area that has NQC, the RA that is shown for that local resource counts automatically for local and system. So that's how the LSCs meet their system and local obligation using the NQC list. And like I said, for system, they have access to imports as well. For flexible capacity, that's where the EFC, the effective flexible capacity list comes in. It is based on and triggered by the NQC list, and as I'm going to show in the next slide. But for now, the EFC list is also triggered by NQC, which is triggered by QC. So as you can see, there is kind of the flow is going from the LRA to the CAISO to the establishment of this RA capacity that is capacity that is eligible for RA. Very close interaction between the entities here. But the one thing to note as well, all of these capacities that we're talking about, NQC, EFC, today, they're all monthly, static monthly values that could change every month, but they don't change, they don't change daily. They definitely don't change hourly. It's a static monthly value. So I think it's worth noting that this is how it's working today. Now we'll have to think, obviously, how is that going to impact, the slice of day? Luke talked about how the PUC is going to be doing it. I think the CAISO will have to evaluate how the two will be interacting on that level. Next slide, please. All right, so this is kind of what I said, but in an illustrative kind of process chain kind of how things work. So like I said, the trigger is really the LRAs calculating QC for the resources based on their own methodology. They send it to the CAISO. The CAISO does its thing, deliverability, testing, capping at PMAX, validations that we do, and then prepare and publish an NQC list. After we publish the NQC list, we give the SEs a comment period to say, hey, please edit this, correct this. They have to justify why they believe these corrections or adjustments need to be done. At the same time, right after we do we draft the NQC. After we draft the NQC list, then we can work on drafting the EFC list, because most of the resources in the EFC list are capped on NQC. So really, the NQC is used as like I said, as a calculation component for the EFC. So they're very much interacting with each other here, depend on each other. So we get the EFC list, we get the draft also posted, we give people a comment period. This is an annual, this is something we do every year, between, I would say, July and September timeframe. And then after all the comments come in, we finalize the NQC list and the EFC list. Those are finalized, around September timeframe. And then the LSCs and the suppliers use those lists to kind of finalize their RA contracting and use for RA showings. And like I said, these are all single monthly values. They don't change daily, they don't change hourly. And those are trickling down all the way to our downstream applications. That's the key thing. Setting NQC and EFC, those are the basis for the showings. And then the showings, whatever RA we're given for each resource, that's what goes to our must-offer obligation processes, outage substitution rules, RAIN penalties. All of that is kind of is sourced from the shown RA value. So really, all of our processes are impacted by how we're setting those lists and how we're setting that, capping that capacity. Next slide, please. All right. Oh, let me see. Okay, I got a question. Katie Wells, for 2024 and 2025, will the CAISO you still use the highest QC from all LRAs in your NQC list? Yes, for 2024. For 2025, pending, I think we're gonna say this again late at the end, but pending what we decide in RA enhancements, that's when we're gonna decide what we're gonna do in 2025, finalize what we're gonna do, I guess. But for 2024, for sure, since we're not gonna have any changes, we will use the highest QC from all LRAs if there is multiple QC submissions for the same resource. So what Katie is referring to is our tariff obligation to use, if we get multiple QC values from different LRAs for the same resource, then our tariff requires us to use the higher value from the two to set the NQC. So 2024 we will continue that, 2025 pending RA enhancements. All right, so now we set the obligations, we set the eligible capacity. That's where now the procurement procurement happens, offline the CAISO. We're not involved. They're all bilateral procurement between LSCs and suppliers. However, the demonstrations, or what we call the RA showings, the most commonly used term, that's when the LSCs and the suppliers come in and they tell the CAISO and their LRA, most specifically the PUC, here you go, this is we have procured capacity to meet our obligations. Again, those obligations are set by all the processes that we talked about, the CET forecast, the LRA's PRM, the CAISO local study, the CAISO flex study. All of these are kind of setting the obligation, the requirements. The LSCs and the LSCs are procuring from the suppliers capacity to meet those obligations using the NQC and EFC lists, and then they're demonstrating it in the RA showings to the CAISO and to their LRA. Like I said, the PUC, I know, requires that they submit their showings to them as well. That validation, again, it's all based on a single monthly value when it comes to obligations and when it comes to RA capacity. Everything, single monthly value. So again, and all that really triggers the following, the downstream impact. So from a CAISO perspective, after the showings comes in and they're finalized, we look at the showings and we say, okay, is there any deficiencies? And when we look at the deficiencies, we look at the aggregated CAISO level deficiencies for the most part, except for the collective local that we do in the year ahead, where we actually plug in the RA capacity into the local capacity model and decide if we have sufficient capacity in the local area. With the exception of this, all of these kind of deficiency calculations are really aggregated at the CAISO level to say, do we have enough system, CAISO level, do we have enough local, do we have enough flex? If we don't, then we may do our backstop, exercise our backstop mechanism, which we call CPM, capacity procurement mechanism, and allocate the cost to the deficient LSCs. So an LSC, a single LSC that's deficient, doesn't necessarily trigger a CPM. Really, it's a CAISO deficiency that kind of triggers it in these processes in the year ahead and the month ahead. It is also worth noting that the PUC, for example, has penalties on LSCs that are deficient. So even if we don't CPM, there are consequences for LSCs that are deficient in the PUC's jurisdiction, at least, where they have, they get penalties from their PUC. So that's how the showing process work. Again, really single value, and again, a lot of kind of interaction and impact from all the different entities in the final kind of showing determination. Next slide, please. All right, so quickly here, I think timelines, I think everyone's familiar with them, but really quick refresher here. For the annual showing, the timeline goes in, by September, we have all the obligations and all the, capacity targets or you know, the QCEFC, those are all finalized, you know, sometime in September. October is when all the LSCs and the suppliers submit their showings. Their deadline is the last business day in October. And then in November, the CAISO does the initial assessment validation on the showings, and we issue a market notice saying, hey, this is what's going on, this is what we need. LSCs, they have access also to their individual deficiencies in CIRA, our tool that we use to kind of operate the RA program, so they can see where their deficiencies are, and they can see between them and the suppliers what errors they have and mismatches. So the CAISO gives them a chance to cure. The cure period usually lasts for 30 days after we send that market notice in November. So sometime in December, mid-December roughly, that cure period is over. And the CAISO determines if there is still a deficiency, whether we will go ahead and CPM or not to kind of backstop that deficiency. It's, I think, worth noting that in the year-ahead process, we're not really looking at 100% of the obligations. We're looking at 90% of the system obligation for the summer months only. This is, I guess it's noteworthy. This is kind of a PUC, mostly a PUC kind of rule, but since it's the biggest load in the CAISO footprint, really, it makes sense that we only stick to that validation. There's no point of looking at the other months for the year ahead, at least system. For the local, it's 100% all year long, and then for the flex, it's 90% for the months where the flex requirement is there. So that's what we do in the year ahead. In the next slide, please. This is the month ahead process. The month ahead process is where everything is finalized. All the obligations are now at 100%. So the LSCs now have to meet their full obligation, and it starts at T-minus 45. Everything the LSCs have to submit, and the suppliers, they got to come into the CAISO at T-minus 45, which means 45 days before the start of the month. That's the deadline. And then we give the LSCs and the suppliers about 15 days to fix any errors or mismatches, cure any deficiencies. So we start running obligations, validations in the CIRA tool from T-minus 44 all the way till T-minus 30 to give the LSCs, and it's multiple times a day it runs. We tell them, hey, this is what's going on. You know, you have deficiency, you have mismatches, please fix them. And I think it's worth noting, I forgot to mention, after the initial validations that we do in the month ahead and the year ahead process, if we're seeing deficiencies in those initial showings, we actually we send notifications to the LRAs, and we say, hey, there's deficiencies that's within your LSCs, and this is part of the TRF obligation that we have in our coordination with the LRAs. We make sure that, hey, you know, we're seeing deficiencies, you know, please note that there, you know, your LSC has a deficiency. So our partners in this program, the LRAs, can, if they don't know it already, they know that now, hey, there's deficiencies, we gotta make sure we hold our LSCs accountable. So we do that, and then, like I said, we run the validations. T-minus 30 is all locked in, and then after T-minus 30 till T-minus 25 for the next 5 days in the month ahead process, really tight timeline here, but that's our chance to look at deficiencies and determine if, okay, is there anything final that hasn't been cured? Do we want to do any backstop, deficiency related month ahead backstop? If we want to exercise it, we do it at that time. I think it's also worth noting here that in this CPM backstop process, the capacity that we use is the capacity that is offered to something we call the competitive solicitation process. The CSP process is basically a voluntary platform for suppliers to bid in or offer their non-RA capacity into that process and say, hey, I have additional capacity that is, it hasn't been contracted, it's available. CAISO, if you want a CPM backstop, you can have it. I'm going to bid it at this price. The price is capped at the soft offer cap, and unless they file something with FERC to kind of request a higher price. But in a nutshell, that's the CSP process. We use those bids in there to kind of determine if we decide we want to do backstop, we use those bids to kind of procure that capacity for the month ahead or a year ahead, really, procurement. And I see a question from Steve Keen from SE. Has the CAISO ever allocated backstop CPM costs to a deficient LSC? Yes, we have in I want to say year ahead 2018, we did a CPM, a year ahead CPM, and when we did that, we allocated the cost. It was a, if I recall correctly, it was a collective deficiency CPM, so we allocated the cost first to the deficient LSCs, and then we prorated the remainder based on the load share ratio. Don't quote me on that. I'd have to double check, but based on my memory, that's what we did. So it happened once, to answer your question, Steve. But the most common CPM types, if that's what you're kind of alluding to, the most common type is really that we've been exercising are significant event and exceptional dispatch CPMs. Those are intra-monthly CPMs that are kind of triggered by reliability needs that are not necessarily related to deficiencies in the RA showings. Next slide, please. All right, you heard me say SIRA a few times. So what is that? It is the customer interface for resource adequacy. It is the CAISO's in-house built tool for, operating and managing essentially all the RA process from our side, from the CAISO side. It's basically a web-based tool where all the scheduling coordinators that are participating in the RA program have access to. They use the tool to do their, submit their RA showings. They see, we run the validations, they see results there. We use it to see if we're deficient or not. We use it for CPM designations. NQC requests go through it. Some of the import allocation process go in there, like the bilateral trades, all planned outages and forced outages substitutions, all of it happened there. Some of the inputs to the RAIM, calculations come from the tool. So the SIRA tool basically is our kind of database and the operations tool for our RA capacity in our program. We went live with it, I think, 2014. Before that, it was all spreadsheets and manual stuff. So kind of quite a jump there that we had, and we've been maintaining it and updating it as we come up with new policy to kind of continue to utilize software for most of these processes. And again, I think we figured it's important to keep reminding folks that what we're doing, everything we're doing today is based on a single value, single forecast, single requirement, single RA capacity, all of these single monthly values that we're using to validate the showings, to set the obligations, to determine CPM backstop. So to kind of a high level, I think Luke talked about 2025, the PUC will give us a single QC value. I think that we wanted to ensure we get that at least for 2025, that we continue to get a single QC value. Yes, the methodology is going to change, but that's not a problem. Getting a single QC value was to ensure that things are compatible. The slice of day go live 2025, the CAISO won't have issues as is because we're still going to consume a single QC value. Obviously, we're going to talk again later that more to come if we're going to make changes in the RA enhancements processes. But for now, if we continue to receive a single QC value from the PUC and the LRAs, we should be able to validate and run our processes and our tool just fine. And I think that was the last slide. So I'll pause here, open it for questions before we break for lunch.
Just a reminder for folks, you can use the raise hand icon above the chat window or throw any questions into the chat and I can read them aloud. Maybe right now we'll take a pause and see if there's any questions on the audio only line. Event producer, are there any on the audio only line?
There are no hands raised currently, but as a reminder, pressing pound 2 will place you in the question queue on the phone-only line.
Okay, we have a hand up from Noah Tang. Go ahead.
Noah Tang from Middle River Power again. Can you, Abdul, would you be able to walk through sort of just in 2025 if an LSE were to show a storage resource not during the peak hours? What value would the LSE show on the RA plan? Have you guys thought that far ahead?
Yeah, so the LSE, as of now, the LSE from a CAISO perspective will continue to be, bound and capped by the NQC. The NQC is a single value, so in case of VERS, we have a new methodology, but I think most of the other stuff, similar methodologies. So they're still going to be bound by the NQC. They can show a lower value if they want. If they contracted, let's say at the max value they contracted, let's say it's 100, but and that's let's say at the peak hour, but at slice in the morning is a lower value. As of now, we're not setting rules to stop them from showing us that lower value. However, if they do that, then that lower value is the value, or whatever value they show us, that is the value that we're going to use to determine if they met their obligation, and the value we're going to determine for everything else, all the downstream processes, must offer, substitution, RAIM, all of these are based on the value that are being shown. So as of now, that's how it would look like. I think the key thing, Noah, is what changes should we do for 2025? That's more to come on that. But from this, based on everything that we have coordinated with the PUC so far, and the fact that we're still getting a single non-QC, single NQC value, that is the plan as of now.
Sorry, I mean, maybe I'm not understanding. Because batteries are very flexible, right? If the LSE doesn't actually use it in the peak hour under a slice of day, but then uses it in different other hours around that peak, isn't the value of that peak hour showing 0?
Well, no, remember, we're not, as of now, for 2025, we're not talking about looking at slices. So to us, whether they show the value, that resource, in the peak hour or the non-peak hour to the PUC, that's not impacting us for now. For now, what's impacting us is what value they show us, right? If they decide to show us a peak value, we're going to use that. If they decide to show us a non-peak value, we're going to use that as well. Right?
What you're saying, what I'm hearing is you say is they can show whatever on a slice of day value to the PUC, sort of for peak, it could be 0. But however, on the ISO side, they can show a different value to the ISO.
Right. There is no correct. There's no restriction as of now to stop that from happening.
Okay, so if that were to happen, is it possible for you to certainly have mismatch in the LSE's plan potentially, as well as additional capacity that the on an aggregated level, for the ISO to sort of see and say, essentially somewhat of a double counting problem? This might be a little bit esoteric here.
No, what do you mean by double counting? We're still going to get a single value from the LSC. So why do you think we would get double counting?
Well, if the LSC isn't showing a resource or value in the peak hour, but it shows a different resource, but the ISO sees sort of 2 resources, because it's only looking at sort of one slice in a sense. As for all 24 slices, it's just one singular slice. You essentially are aggregating up, just stacking them, right, to this requirement. And I'm wondering whether you could get overstacking.
It won't, so we won't have overstacking because, again, as of now, based on the current process, our sole source of shown RA capacity is the LSCs and the suppliers giving us those values. And what we're only giving them the option to give us a single value. We're not giving them the option to give us slices, and we're not looking at the slices at the PUC. The PUC may use different slices, but we're not doing that. We're just getting status quo kind of single value that we're going to use. So there is no, we're not looking at PUC data for the purpose of that validation, final validation 2025, and we're not giving the LSCs or the suppliers the option to give us different slices as of now. So it's just a single value, so there is no stacking. They pick the value they want to give us, and that's what we're going to use to determine if they met their obligation or not.
Understand that, but I'm, if we go back to the slide 14 from PG&E. I don't actually physically, please don't actually go all the way back, but if you simply look at sort of how storage is used, over this 8-hour period during the peak, because if you assume that there's multiple segments here, right, multiple resources, if you're stacking them up on a stack chart of these resources rather than 24 hours, I wonder whether or not you're going to get over the requirement itself by a significant margin. I can take this offline with you probably and sort of show you what I'm thinking of potentially.
Okay. Yeah. I think that would be great, Noah, because I'm still not 100% sure how we can end up with stacking them, but I'd love to talk to you offline to make sure we're kind of on the same page. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, I'll give it just a few more seconds if anybody does have some last minute questions here. I'm not seeing any in the chat right now or any hands raised. Just hang on. All right, well, I think that's it for questions. Thank you, Abdul, for your presentation. Any comments from the team before we break for lunch?
No additional comments, just thank you, and we'll see everyone back at 12:30 to continue the discussion on deliverability. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 12:30. All right. Hope you all enjoyed a nice lunch. We're all back and ready to get started. So we'll kick it off with Catalan Ixa and Robert Sparks. They're going to talk about the ISO's deliverability study process for internal and external resources.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Catalan. I'll be starting and handing it over to Robert a little later on. Next slide, please. So this workshop is intended today to just have a high overview of the, basically deliverability concepts and the ISO for internal and external resources. This workshop is not intended to discuss any future changes to the existing deliverability methodology. If you're interested in those, please attend our stakeholder call, Generation Deliverability Methodology Review, that is scheduled for this Thursday from 9 to 12. So again, this is just meant to be, 10,000 foot level, not detailed. Please hold on your detailed questions until Thursday. Next slide, please. So just a reminder, deliverability is part of the ISO tariff. This is not a local regulatory agency discussion. This is an ISO tariff discussion. Basically, once the local regulatory agencies establish a QC value, the ISO can reduce that QC value for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is deliverability. Other reasons, there could be a PMAX test in the master file. There could be interconnection agreements that you have on file with the ISO. A few other ones. I guess most people are interested in deliverability. The other ones are fairly cut and dry. So for ISO tariff, only full deliverable resources or partial deliverable resources can count for RA. Interim deliverable resources are those that haven't quite achieved yet either full deliverability or partial deliverability status because they are waiting for some transmission upgrades, either TPP or GIP, to come in service before they can achieve that status. But otherwise, they can actually count for RA just as well as full deliverable resources, for example. Energy-only resources are not allowed to provide resource adequacy capacity. So now the CPUC program is transitioning to a 24-hour accounting at the CPUC, and that transition does not change what resource can count under the ISO tariff. So energy-only resources will still not be able to count for capacity under the ISO program. Next slide, please. So the deliverability obviously is enforced at the ISO, and we will continue to provide deliverability studies at the appropriate stress system conditions that the ISO deems most stress conditions. We heard quite a few of you discuss before that the batteries, for example, are not charging at the peak hours, they're discharging at the peak hours. So, can there be a difference? All I can tell you about that is I think I stressed at the PUC workshop as well, is that deliverability is the absolute highest when the load is high. Once you move to a lower time of the day, when the load is 50 or 60% of the load, there is less deliverability available. So really, there is very unlikely, let me put it this way, we're probably 99% sure that there is no additional capacity available off peak period if it's proven not to be available in the peak period. So EO resources cannot be, just restating what I said before, EO resources cannot be used for resource adequacy to serve load across the transmission system or to charge batteries across the transmission system. So the PUC has allowed in their program for EO resources that are at the same location with the batteries to charge those batteries. That, charging does not need transmission. It doesn't cross the transmission system. it goes from just one type of technology to the other type of technology, sometimes either within their meter or within their POI. And, that's not considered an RA resource per ISO, so that resource won't actually have a must offer obligation at the ISO, but the PUC allows it, to charge the battery. I guess it's their prerogative to do so. Still, for example, that solar resource that is charging a battery, if the solar is energy only, it will not have a must offer obligation in the ISO market. Next slide, please. So these are just some general, deliverability concepts. Every resource needs to be deliverable to the aggregate of load in order to count for RA. Just a reminder that deliverability doesn't convey any priority rise in real time. So basically, all the real time goes based on energy schedules. However, there is only a certain amount of capacity that can be allocated, and that capacity is allocated based on deliverability studies. The study methodology, it is the peak load conditions. Today we have two. We'll talk a little bit more details about it. When you should think about this, you should think about a generation pocket concept. Basically, there is too much generation in an area, and not all of it can get out. So the transmission system might be good for 100 megawatts, but there are 200 megawatts installed there, so only 100 of that can be deliverable to the main aggregate of load. So, just again, the external generator basically are not given deliverability directly to them. The deliverability at the intertie is given to the ISO LSEs. The LSEs are those that are paying for transmission, and they receive deliverability at the intertie, and they can pair that with any contract or resource they want from the other side of the constraint. Internal resources into the ISO, they do get deliverability allocated to them. They own that deliverability, and they get to sign contracts with whomever they want to inside the ISO. And all deliverability studies are done simultaneously. This is a simultaneous study that is done. So basically, we have all the internal generation and the interties together. They have to be deliverable to the aggregate of load. We do the same contingencies for all of it. Basically, they all run in the same study, the same base case. All right, so enough about generics. I think I'll turn it over to Robert to go into a little bit more details.
Yeah, thanks, Catalin. I guess there's no questions, so I'll just keep going. So as Catalin said, the purpose of the deliverability assessment is to test the transmission system's capability to ensure that resource adequacy capacity can be delivered to load during resource shortage conditions. This is an ISO process referred to in our tariff and is used in our transmission planning process and generation interconnection processes. It determines the transmission upgrades needed to obtain FCDS in the interconnection studies and in the TPP policy studies. It is also used to determine, and probably most relevant here, to determine the qualifying capacity of generation to ensure it'll be fully deliverable in the next operating year. And just as a qualifier, deliverability does not mean there will never be any transmission congestion. Just really means it will be available during these high load resource shortage conditions, at least reasonably available. So next slide, please. The purpose of the deliverability, let's see. Are we off? Yeah, no, that's the right one. So the purpose of the deliverability assessment is to test the transmission system's capability to ensure that resource adequacy capacity can be delivered to load. I'm sorry, I didn't switch mine. Okay, so now we go to the next slide. All right, a deliverability assessment is applied to existing and planned generation located in the balancing area and to RA imports. Again, I think it's a little bit of repeat of what Catalin was going over. So it was developed from PJM's deliverability methodology, and MISO uses a similar methodology. So this is pretty much an industry-wide type approach. It is not testing for a particular generator being delivered to a particular load. It is for testing that the aggregate of generation can be delivered to the aggregate of load in the ISO balancing area. And just another conceptual way to think about it is making sure the capacity resources within a given sub-area are able to be exported to the remainder of the control area or balancing area, experiencing a resource shortage due to forced generation outage conditions. So you lose resources somewhere in the system. You want to make sure that the resources that are available are not constrained by the transmission. So that's just the general purpose of the deliverability methodology. So next slide. So getting a little more into the details of the methodology, internal generation is dispatched in the base case to evenly distribute the total available generation. And imports are modeled based on the MIC levels. I think Catalin covered a lot of that. And since all available capacity is needed during these resource shortage conditions, the generation is dispatched close to its maximum available capacity, not worrying about economic dispatch or anything, because when you're about to shed load, you don't worry how much a generation costs. The base case values, which again, we've dispatched all the resources close to their maximum dispatch, but not all the way up, because obviously you have some reserves there, hopefully. So base case values also represent the approximate dispatch of generation outside the study groups or the gen pockets. We have an automated tool which is used to analyze and identify basically the study groups. It looks at each piece of constraining transmission equipment, if you will, one by one, and looks at stress scenarios through this automated tool. Generation inside these study groups has increased during the study up to, it's already at a fairly high level, but then it's just, now you're at the point where you need every megawatt. And so within that study group, all the available generation is then dispatched up to its full availability. And I'll get into later, solar is assumed at a certain level in wind, which we'll get into in a slide or two. The process is intended to test the ability of resources inside of the study group to be dispatched at full output when various resources outside of the study group are unavailable. Next slide, please. So getting into basically how our new world of all intermittent or variable generation, renewable generation, the ISO peak load now, and you've been talking about this all day. I guess that's why we have this meeting. But the peak load hour now occurs when the solar generation is dropping off or practically gone. So the on-peak deliverability assessment considers two solar generation production levels. At minimum solar production with the highest load level, impacting the transmission system. And so we look at a highest system need scenario where solar generation is fairly low, and but that's the most likely time when we're going to have a resource shortage condition. But as the solar is dropping off and the other resources are ramping up, we also study that condition, and we call that the secondary need scenario. Next slide, please. So these are the study values that we study in the deliverability study. So you have the HSN, the highest system need, and the SSN, the two major columns there, and then for the different types of generation and the different locations of the generation, these are the maximum amounts that we study in terms of the nameplate. So we like in the SCE area for the solar, if you've got a 100 megawatt solar PV facility, we would study at a maximum of 10.6 megawatts in the HSN study, a somewhat higher value in the SSN, but still nowhere near 100%. And then as I talked about the base case, we don't dispatch them even all the way up to that 10.6%. We dispatch them more like around 80% as a starting point. And then the tool identifies the groups of generators that could stress a particular part of the system, and then stresses the generation that is up to reasonably available amounts up to the full output to make sure it can get out and is not constrained by the transmission. So these are the dispatch factors. And that actually is my last slide.
I do have a question from Mike Florio on the line.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Question on the deliverability. When you have a study group and there's also load within that area, do all of the generators have to be deliverable outside of the study area at the same time, or is it only the amount that exceeds the load that exists in the study area?
So the study is done such that, we model all the load. It's a full network model. It's pretty much the same model we use in the transmission planning process. It's practically the same model they use to operate the system, except of course it's looking 5-10 years out in the future. So it's a full detailed network model. We model all the load, and then we model the generation, the way I very quickly described. And if in trying to dispatch the generation that exists, the first thing it's going to do, just following the laws of physics, is basically, or at least the majority of that generation is going to be serving that local load. But then if you have a gen pocket or the study area and there's an excess of generation, even though there is a lot of load there, but there's a surplus of generation, and it's constrained by the transmission system to serve the rest of the load, then that would be a deliverability constraint. Even though, and then we have LCR areas, so we need a certain amount to serve the local load. But there could be, some of the LCR areas do have some generation inside and outside, immediately outside the area. And then we may have some transmission constraints, somewhat a little beyond that. And so if that generator is, a generator, say, is just outside an LCR area, and there's a transmission constraint to get to the rest of the system, it's depending on basically some of its power flowing to that local capacity area. And if a new generator comes and wants to be deliverable, it gets into the interconnection queue and wants to be deliverable, and even so it's inside the local capacity area, and so now it's serving some of that local load. Well, that generator is just outside the local area, is no longer, not as much of its power is now flowing to that local area, now needs to flow across the constraint, and some of that generation won't be deliverable. So it's a very long-winded answer, mostly because in 2 days I'll be dealing with the same question. So anyway, you got a much longer-winded answer than you expected.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate it.
And we do have a quick couple of questions in the chat, one being from Grant Glazer from MN8 Energy. Why does CAISO impose caps on dispatch factors on some renewable resources and not others?
Well, they're not really caps. They're just the expected amount of generation during the, again, we're trying to study these resource shortage conditions, and the main reason we're short on resources as again has been, I believe, been talked about all morning, is because we have a large amount of solar, and as that solar drops off, the remainder of the resources need to make up for that. And so during those conditions, it wouldn't make sense to study the solar at very high levels, given that the reason we're short on resources is because we don't have enough solar anymore later in the day. So for reasons like that, the resources just aren't available. Wind, as you can, sometimes the wind blows, sometimes it doesn't. So we have to look at, what's the expected level of the wind. And those are the two that are really where we're not studying their full QC, if you will, or nameplate.
And a quick response from Grant just saying that he's got it. Thank you for clarifying. So this is the assumed level that a resource is available at, and it is not a D-rate on an hourly profile.
That's right. These are just deliverability assumptions. Once, when you go through the interconnection process, we study at these levels, then we give you full capacity deliverability status, which means you don't need to worry about deliverability at all. Now you just need to worry about what your QC is or whatever it's going to be called under the new slice of day framework.
All right, and then our last question from Anna at SoCalGas. Why is SDG&E's HSN solar factor so much lower than the other IOUs?
Yeah, so we've asked that question ourselves. This is based on this data-driven, based on a stochastic analysis, looking at the production of these resources in these areas when the unloaded capacity margin was below 6%. And in going through that data, this was what we ended up with. Now, just trying to explain why the San Diego, we think it's because the majority of the San Diego solar generation is at Imperial Valley, and it's further east than most of the other generation. I mean, California's kind of curved, San Diego's at the bottom, and that's all the way at the eastern end of San Diego. Some of it's even in Arizona, and so that was our rationale for why it was lower. It might have just been a little bit of the data sensitivity too.
All right, well, thank you, Robert. That's all we have for questions at this time. We can continue on.
All right, thank you, Robert. So let's transition now to deliverability for imports. So deliverability for imports, we call that maximum import capability, or MIC. It has about 13 steps. I'll list them later, but there are two ways to establish that. There is a historically based MIC, and then there is a forward-looking MIC. For historical MIC, we're just taking the actual schedules. There are HAPS schedules from Oasis, and we are using those for the, basically we choose two highest years among the last 5, and then among those we choose 2 different days, and then we pick 4 hours when the loads are absolute, when the load is above 90% and the imports are absolute highest. Okay, so we actually, we actually sort the list of highest imports, and then we go down until we find a day that was above 90% load. So once we do that, we go and we pull Oasis data, and that's how you divide that among all the branch groups. The ISO has a lot of branch groups, like about 50 branch groups. So we need not just to find out the number, but we actually need to, divvy that up to all the branch groups without people fighting for it. So the methodology, FERC approved this methodology, so we're moving forward with it this time. Next slide, please. So the forward-looking MIC is tested 2 different ways. One is PUC portfolios. So if the PUC portfolio, so when we divvy up MIC, some of it is actually locked with old contracts, and some of it is unlocked. That unlocked part is called remaining import capability. So now what we do is we test the future PUC portfolios to make sure that the portfolio fits within the existing MIC. And, you know, we have very good coordination with the PUC, so lately we can actually even tell some of the units that are already under contract if they're counting on the same resources going forward or not. And so we can differentiate between what's already locked and what needs to be there for unlocked capacity that is coming under contract for later years. And if we cannot fit the PUC portfolio within the existing MIC, then that triggers a MIC expansion. So that's, you know, that's one way to expand MIC, other than the number changing, you know, by historically and somehow other new points coming. But this is one way to clearly look forward and see which branch group needs to be expanded. Another way to expand that is MIC expansion request under the ISO tariff. This was meant to allow people who already have signed contracts and, you know, they can fit it in within the existing remaining import capability to ask for the ISO to test to see if we could increase to get their contracts that have already signed to, you know, basically to make sure that we have enough capability on that intertie to allow for those contracts. People who are asking for this, they're not actually not getting the capacity to themselves, but at least we can prove that we have enough to meet those contracts. Then there is just a matter of them going through the allocation or purchasing for somebody else in order to achieve that. But as long as we have it, if it's not there, then they can buy it from anybody else. Next slide, please. So here I'm giving you an actual example how this is done, and I have to go through a little bit of terminology. So prospective RIC is basically we're looking in the future at how much remaining capability is there, meaning unlocked MIC. Okay, so an expanded MIC, what's an expanded MIC? It's actually a blend of the existing and the future, and I'll give you a detailed example later. Just for you to understand what I'm talking about. You know, basically the existing MIC plus whatever we're going to expand that to, it's expanded MIC, obviously. Next slide, please. Here I just have some formulas. If you're really interested, this is in the reliability requirements BPM. It's all there. I'm not going to go through the formulas. You can read them by yourself. Next slide, please. So this is an example that I have here. So let's say we have an intertie where the current MIC is 309. We have no ETCs, and we have 3-hour import commitments for 150. We also have new use import commitments for 50. So basically, the current remaining import capability, meaning something that's not locked up, is 109. Obviously, the 200 is already locked down, right? So now we go through the PUC portfolio and make expansion requests, and it come back that the future remaining import capability needs to be, you know, 1272, right? So now the expanded remaining import capability is the maximum of the current or the prospective. So in this case, the prospective is higher than the current, so we need to get the remaining import capability up to 1272. Obviously, now when I calculate MIC, I have to add what's already under contract. So the 200 is already under contract, needs to be added to the prospective RIC. So really the target for us to test is 1472, and if it passes, then 1472 will be given out, which 200 is already locked by people, and 1272 is available for people to lock after we pass the deliverability test. Okay, next slide, please. So how do we assign this import deliverability to the LSEs? So we are using a 13-step process. You know, again, hopefully most of you are familiar with this since we already started. Most of you have sent me your templates for prior import commitment, use import commitment. The whole process starts really on July 1st. This year is on the weekend, so we're going to start on July 3rd. But basically, from there on, the process is described in Exhibit A3, I believe, the back of the reliability requirements. Next slide, please. And this is what we go through when we divide it to the LFEs. I'm not going to go through each step by step. It's just generally described over here. If you need the details, they're all fully described in the tariff and the BPM. I might be at the end of my slide. Next slide, please. I'll take any questions that you might have.
All right, we'll give it a few seconds if anybody has any questions, but I don't see any at the moment. Event producer, are there any questions on the audio only line?
There are no questions on the audio only line. As a reminder, pressing #2 will place you in the question queue.
All right, we do have a question from Susan Snyder at Phoenix Consulting. What is the target MIC versus expanded MIC?
Yeah, the target MIC is the one we wanted to test. Once it passes the deliverability study, it will become an expanded MIC. If it doesn't pass the deliverability test, then we can't expand it, and we have to maintain it where it is. And just one more reminder for everybody, regardless what your LRA may have told you, if you don't have MIC allocations, you will not be able to count those contracts from coming from outside in the ISO systems. So you will be subject to all the backstop provisions of the ISO tariff.
All right, thank you. I will give it a few more seconds for any last minute follow-up questions on this presentation here. All right, well, I think that's all the questions. Thank you, Kevin and Robert. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We moved through the material pretty fast, so we'll take a 5-minute break, come back at around 1:08. All right. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you got your post-lunch afternoon coffee. We'll hand it over to Abdul and Anya. They're going to take us through the ISO slice of date impact on CAISO processes.
All right, thank you very much, and I'll start, I think, here. So next slide, please. Okay, so really quick recap on what I talked about earlier in the presentation, and here just kind of before we get into slice of day changes, kind of again really quick major CAISO processes and the impact of the QC, the current QC methodology, and how they impact all these processes. I think that's critical because as you see in our next slide, that's the biggest probably anticipated change. As you said, the NQC list is all triggered by the QC values that we get from the LRAs. We make some adjustments to those values based on our own processes. For example, a deliverability assessment that Catalin just talked about and Robert. So that's all, again, single value that we use for NQC. And then when we assess, like we do the assessments, system assessments, local assessments, these are all based on the shown RA that is based on these NQC values. So again, a single shown value that's based on the NQC list. We use all of this for the assessments to make sure who's compliant or who met their obligation and who didn't. And also, these values trickle down to our, following or, downstream applications and processes like the outer substitution rules. So everything that is shown, that's what's subject to substitution, that single shown value. If you need to substitute for a resource, then the non-RA, the available non-RA is based on the NQC, that single NQC value that we have. The must offer obligation, kind of the fruit of the whole process where people offer their capacity into our market, that is also based on the single shown RA value. And then finally, when we talk about, I think we talked about making the prior slides, at the end of it is we're giving LSCs allocation, monthly, it's really a standard year ahead kind of for the entire year. They get import capability on the enterprise that is broken by each month. That value is the limit of how much RA they can show us. Again, it's a single monthly value, it's a single shown RA value from the imports. So all of that, it's kind of one thing impact everything else, and that's why it's critical to think of two things here. One, if we make changes to the kind of the source processes and numbers, it's going to trickle down and impact everything that we do, in the aftermath. So when we think of what is CAISO needs to do slice of day, I think we got to keep in mind how all of these kind of processes are intertwined and they impact each other, and kind of one change here trickles down to a lot of other processes. So that's, I think, what we're trying to kind of illustrate here. Next slide, please. All right, the big question, slice of day impacts on CAISO processes. I think the plan is, as of now, for 2024, the CPUC is doing it as a test year, as Luke talked about in detail. So there will be, they're going to get a kind of parallel showings for 2024. So the standard 2024 process will be as is for CAISO and the PUC. However, in parallel, the PUC will be collecting some data and some showings as a test for 2024. And that's going to be done in parallel based on the slice of day rules. The plan is for the PUC to share some of this data with us, as we said, and we're going to look at it and internally. But how does that impact our current process? There is no impact, really. It's going to be we're going to get a single monthly QC value from the PUC using existing methodology. That's the actual kind of production, RA year 2024. PUC and CAISO, we're going to be fully aligned because there are no changes for 2024. It's only test year, so there's parallel test data, test runs that's happening at the PUC, but at the CAISO and at the PUC, the actual showings are following the status quo, which means ISO impacts, as you can see, status quo. So there are no changes to the CAISO assessments, RA, NQC list, outer substitutions, all of it is going to be following the same process for 2024. Absolutely no change. The only thing is, like I said, we're going to get, the PUC is going to share some of that data with us when they get it, and we're going to look at it internally, and hopefully that will help us, I think, it will inform us, and at that time we'll probably be looking at our policy for 2025 and how it's going to look like. So it's going to give us very good, I think, feedback and be very informative on how the initial kind of slice of day is working, and it will also help us kind of provide comments in the PUC's kind of proceedings as well. So that's going to be, I think, informative kind of FYI information. But then for 2025, I think as of now, we got agreement, in discussions with the PUC that we're still going to get a single monthly non-zero QC value. Granted, the methodology behind it is going to change. The PUC already decided that they're going to changing the methodology for calculating QC. For example, using exceedance, the peak hour exceedance value for wind and solar. That is fine. The methodologies historically have changed, and it's not an issue from our perspective, as I mentioned before, as long as we continue to get a single QC value per resource for each month. That's going to flow into our processes just fine. Naturally, because that value is changing, that means NQC value is going to be different. So some resources might have a higher or lower NQC, and as I said, it's going to impact all the downstream applications accordingly. However, no system or process changes will be needed. So with that, I'll transition to Anya to talk more about 2025.
Sure. So thanks, Abdul. This is Anya Gilbert with the CAISO. Just looking at resource adequacy year 2025, when we're thinking about assessments or deficiencies and really kind of the compliance paradigm, we're planning on having a kind of more robust discussion on that in our upcoming RA enhancements working groups, and I'll talk more about that timeline on the next slide. I do want to emphasize a point that Abdul made early on and again here, that the CPUC's approach of sending us the LSE's peak hourly value along with the non-zero showing value does align with our current RA program, processes, and our CIRA application today. I also want to go back to some kind of points that Luke made in terms of the CPUC's decision 023-0410 does outline a process for submitting feedback on the 2024 test year, and that data or feedback from stakeholders, related to key milestones, will be put into a report after the year ahead showing. I believe that's February 1st of 2024, and we will be kind of monitoring kind of both the CPUC's process in terms of if there are subsequent changes, as well as analyzing kind of data internally in terms of the 2024 test year and if or how that would impact our 2025 approach. So again, those discussions will take place further in the RA working groups. And next slide, please. So to give you a sense of some of the timelines coming up for some of the work initiatives this year, this slide, part that previewed in the beginning, but maybe I'll just provide a little bit more orientation. I'll emphasize this is draft. This is subject to change, and subject to change based on your input. So you'll notice in orange we have the CPUC initiative or proceeding for slice of day, and that feeds into today's discussion on 2024 approaches. In green, we've got ISO internal analysis that will occur. There are other analyses that are occurring with resource adequacy other than FlexRA. And in blue, you're seeing some of the ISO stakeholder initiatives or working groups. And I do want to really flag for this group that we'll be launching RA working groups starting this fall. And in fact, we've already started internally discussing, some of the key questions and scoping out some of those meetings. But in our comments that we're requesting on this workshop, we're also interested in your feedback on what topics we should address in that working group, what problem statement we can kind of collectively align on, and that'll be the context for some of those first working groups. That working group activity will then turn into resource adequacy enhancements, and they include activities on CPM as well. And in parallel, we'll have some modeling efforts that, will be interrelated with those working groups and the RA enhancements itself. So I wanted to preview some of these timelines for you all, and recognizing that some of this work has already started. So with that, I do see there's a question from Noah. Could we unmute Noah? And if there's questions that other folks have, please raise your hand or put them in the chat.
Producer, can you unlock Noah's line?
From Middleware Power. Can we maybe go back one slide with regards to 2025? Under slice of day, I'm going to use sort of an example for another, for a battery resource. If it's like 100 megawatts for 4 hours, but an LSC elects to choose to show it for 8 hours at 50 megawatts. My sort of thinking here is that to the ISO on a supply plan basis into slice a day would be, or in 2025 would be 50 megawatts. Does that mean that the ISO will then see, the resources are only 50% used for purposes of RA and must offer and so on, even though the whole megawatt hours is sort of taken on a 8-hour basis?
Yeah, no, this is Abdul. That's essentially correct. So basically, based on your example, the resources NQC will be 100. So the LSC will have the option to show us up to 100 megawatts. If they decide that they're going to show us only 50, we will use that 50 for determining their deficiency, and all the downstream processes will be based on that 50 that were shown by the LSC.
Yeah, so does that, wouldn't that impact RAIM accounting, essentially that they can be 50% out, or battery, I guess maybe batteries are RAIM. That CPM? Like if the ISO needed the CPM, would the ISO CPM and then sort of expect the resource to decline the CPM because they're actually fully utilized?
Yeah, so no, I think 2025, we still have to discuss what changes we need to make. But if we don't make any changes, and if we go by, keeping the status quo and only consume that different QC values from the PUC, then yes, your example is possible to happen. We would see that the LSC is deficient. Granted, I don't see why the LSC would be obliged to show us the 50. I think just because they showed it to the PUC as a 50 for 8 hours, if we didn't make changes to our processes and we continue to do a single hour validation or single value validation, then I don't see anything stopping for the LSC, that in your example, to show us the 100 megawatts and be sufficient. Well, however, now that's a very good point, though. The two programs needing to align and to kind of, there would be kind of collaboration is really essentially the goal of this workshop, is to trigger that question and to start that discussion with you guys. So I think it's a great question and a great example, Noah. And yeah, definitely we'll have to figure out how that would, how would we need to address that scenario, and how that showings process would need to be kind of evaluated.
I mean, to me, it sounds like on the requirement side, you know, if the ISO were to get the peak load shape plus the PRM and the LSE, even though they showed 50 megawatts, because, but essentially 100% utilized over 8 hours, then it seems like on both sides, both the CPUC and the ISO side, they would be compliant, right? It's not like they needed to use 100 megawatts of the resource in a specific hour because of how malleable batteries are. And so you could have certainly compliance, but then it would have downstream effects to CPM, must offer obligation, I guess, you know, and so forth. And so I guess maybe the gist of this question then is, given, if you go to the next slide, right, Anya, you know, the plan for this RA enhancement sort of not being, I guess, I don't know if changes are needed for 2025, but it seems like there certainly is a scenario where changes ought to be contemplated prior to 2025 so that it can get ready, where the ISO would get ready for downstream impact.
No, thanks, Noah. That's a good point. I think that, like, at least when we're looking at sort of the data, you know, in terms of our processes, you know, what will really materially change under SLACE today in terms of resource accreditation and showing will likely be, you know, associated with the, you know, wind, solar, and storage resources for 2025. And so I would imagine that part of that conversation would likely be, you know, kind of twofold. And we kind of like, where's sort of, what's the end state we're looking at, where sort of the longer term changes, and then sort of what's the implication of any transition? Like, is this a material change that needs to be prioritized based on the impact to our processes, to market participants, et cetera? And so, yeah, I think that's, you know, I think you're raising up a very good topic, and one that we'll need to have sort of more discussion around, just to understand how that would sort of fit in, and what's the level of sort of, for lack of impact that some of those changes would have to the processes on our side. So yeah, thanks, Noah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we have a question from Lauren Carr.
From CalCCA. I just had a process question that I think you might have covered, but I just want to make sure I got it, which is during the test year, will the CAISO be testing the single monthly non-zero QC value that you'll be getting once slice of day is implemented?
Lauren, this is Abdul. No, I don't think we're gonna, there is no plan to test it because I think our systems are good to go. I think we can handle a QC value based on a new methodology. I think that in the past this has happened regularly, where the PUC changes their QC methodology. So I think the deal we worked out with the PUC by, you know, we're getting a non-zero value that will ensure that we have, you know, our processes will function correctly. I think the only thing we're going to do for 2024 test year is receive some of that data from the PUC, the showings data from the PUC for the test year, and analyze it and discuss it internally. But I don't think we have anything further that we're going to do for 2024.
Right, and just to kind of clarify, that non-zero value is only kind of coming in 2025.
Right.
Yeah, I was wondering, will LSEs have the information to like test their portfolios themselves? Like, will they know if non-zero value will be your own resources?
For 2024, you mean, Lauren?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume so, but that would be something that just be coordinated with the PUC. So we're not involved in between CAISO and stakeholders, there is no testing or process for 2024. We're not doing anything with the stakeholders, with the participants. Maybe I think the PUC and the LSCs, their kind of collaboration or kind of discussing and working together on the test year. The only, interaction we're doing for 2024 is with the PUC directly, receiving some of their data and perhaps discussing it with them.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I can take it there, but I just was wondering so that students can test their compliance with the CPUC requirements and the requirement. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and if you have any suggestions, I think that, like Anya said, that the template for the response comments, we were looking for ideas and suggestions, so feel free. We'd love to hear from you.
Chris Devon from CES, go ahead.
Hi there. This is Chris with Customized Energy Solutions. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thanks. So I would kind of second what Noah had mentioned earlier. I thought perhaps that this effort that just kind of popped up into the plan for CAISO would maybe look at doing something a little bit sooner. It seems like, just from a high level perspective, that if we wait until the RA kind of enhancements initiative to do this, then it won't be implemented. Any real changes wouldn't be implemented. So are you guys thinking about, doing maybe like a phased approach where you would do something that could get implemented prior to 2025 if needed?
Yeah, Chris, great question. I think just in terms of the working group approach, soliciting from stakeholders their thoughts on what topics we address, what the problem statement should be, and potentially prioritization of what topics get addressed sooner rather than later. And that could result in more of a phased approach to address some of the 2025 issues earlier.
Okay, that's very helpful. I would recommend, perhaps as part of this, kind of test year, that maybe CAISO would, kind of compare and contrast how the LSCs actually are showing to the CPUC, and then take those and align that with some examples of some of those downstream effects that Noah had mentioned. I think like CPM outcomes, MOO outcomes, must-offer outcomes, RAIN impacts, and kind of just overlay that and look at that during that working group process to see, is there stuff that really does need to change? And obviously, I get it that you guys are saying you're going to do that to some extent, but it just seems like it's kind of like a wait and see approach, and then it might be just kind of, a little bit too late and require a knee-jerk reaction. I think we could get ahead of it a little bit more by thinking about it in advance. So just a thought, some initial feedback there. I'm sure others will have similar feedback. But the last question I had on this is just on the RA modeling effort. Swim lane item here. Could you explain that a little bit more? I don't really understand exactly what we're getting at with that. Is that kind of doing that sort of thing that I just was getting at?
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. And this is really kind of run, as Luke has described here, in parallel to the sort of separate RA working group effort. Well, the way I would think about that is that we're really trying to hone our tools to basically be able to really define clearly, like kind of at a starting point. Are we able to meet a 1 in 10 LOLE standard or whatever other standard is set, given the portfolio of resources that are shown? And then there's a variety of applications, and I'm sure that people will go there as well in terms of how this could be used down the line and how this might fit into RA changes that are happening on our system. But right now, I think that as I described before, this has really been an ongoing effort at the ISO to enhance our capability and our tools and processes around RA modeling. I think will likely be the next steps is some sort of facilitated process with stakeholders to get feedback, to provide transparency into our efforts, and to make sure that as we're enhancing our various processes, that we're really doing it with sort of an eye towards solving the problem statements that are seen out there. And I think that, for lack of a better term, there's a lot of different ways that people could that these could be used in the future. But yeah, that's, I think, really kind of the crux of it, is like that's likely that could serve a variety of purposes. Like one, just for an easy example that we've gotten stakeholder feedback, from is, setting our minimum, PRM levels. There's some people who have said, like, really a default PRM. I shouldn't say minimum, I should say default PRM level. Like, if should you be using your own modeling tools to do that? And so that'd be sort of maybe a part of the discussion as well, and the RA enhancements of how that might overlap. So does that help, Chris?
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. And I think it's a good opportunity to do somewhere in between these working groups and that modeling effort, and cross-cutting across all the efforts that CAISO is making to just try to do some modeling of this slice a day effort and kind of how it aligns with operational use of the resources and those kind of things where you're blending in the stack analysis stuff that you do, where you're looking at different hours and those sort of things. All that sounds really good. So I'll wait and see, as you guys roll that out. But thank you for the explanation. Very helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
All right. We have a question from Mike Florio. Then, producer, can you unmute Mike's line?
Please mute you. There we go. Hold on one second. Oh, I think you went out of the queue. Okay. Next
okay, Mike. Mike, if you do want to, oh, there you go. He re-raised his hand.
There we go. Thank you. Couple of questions. I'm not quite understanding when we get to 2025, you have a single QC value at the ISO, but it seems like at the PUC, there's going to be, for wind and solar, hourly QC values based on the slice of day. How are those two going to mesh?
Sure. So I think some of that will be discussed in the RA working group context in terms of what changes should be made. Again, this is for all LRAs and CAISO's footprints. So our current systems and processes accommodate one value, and a question for the working group might be, if or how should that change for 2025?
Okay. I think now you can have different monthly values over the course of the year, but hourly is, 24 times the complexity. So.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's a big challenge right there, Mike. That's we've been acknowledging internally at least. So yeah, that's why for 2025, as of now, the agreement that we have with the PUCs, we're going to consume a single monthly value. It's a non-zero value based on, for VERS, the exceedance, the peak hour value for VERS, as long as it's a non-zero value. I think that's for now. I guess it's a kind of a, if nothing happens at the CAISO and 2025 comes in, this is what we're going to do. We're going to continue to get a single QC value, and it's going to be based on this new methodology, and the rest of the processes will use that value. Now, in the meantime, we're hoping in the RA workshops and enhancements, we get into more discussing the complexities of making changes and what kind of changes we need and when do we need them. I think that's so you're spot on, Mike.
Yeah, I think the key thing might be the combination of our existing processes and how those in systems, Abdul described sort of the limitations of our SIRA systems, and that, for a lack of a better, I think part of the discussion might be, in these workshops, we'll be sort of focused on, like, how do we need to evolve our systems and the data that we receive as well, and that we certainly would want to have that part of the discussion of, like, what's that end state we're looking for, and that, for lack of a better term, if there are changes that are needed, that in the interim, we want to really understand what the system effects are and what the implementation hurdles might be associated with that. So, yeah.
Okay. The next question, it might be the same, that it's going to be deferred to the workshops. But you know, if an LSE only shows a particular resource to the PUC for, say, 4 hours a day or 8 hours a day, does the must offer obligation match that, or is the must offer obligation something different?
Yeah, the must offer obligation is going to match or be based on whatever that LSC show the CAISO. So regardless of what they show the PUC, the value that they show the CAISO, that is the value that's going to be subject to the must offer obligation.
Okay.
Right. And as of now, Mike, it's a single value. So whatever single value they give us, that's what's going to be subject to that must offer, unless we make changes to consume multiple values.
And the final one is on the last slide. There was a green box, CAISO internal flex RA analysis. What is that?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. And this is really more of something that sort of fed out of the last workshops of the CPUC. There's a variety of discussion now sort of in light of the CPUC's slice a day changes. There's sort of various, there's a couple different presentations that sort of indicated that maybe we should sort of rethink the need for flex RA, and that we've been, we basically committed to as well having that internal review. And that this is really, I think, to be sort of part of, I was more calling that out more because there was a push in the PUC arena to have that analysis. But I think this is really kind of probably more of one piece of a broader analysis that will probably sort of come up in the working group of what data can we use to inform the changing system needs. And so, like, for lack of a better term, flex RA, there's been kind of a couple different perspectives. One was, is flex RA really needed? Is this sort of like a binding constraint that sort of, for lack of a better term, we need an explicit requirement on? There's other people have the perspective of, we might need it, but it might need to have sort of change in terms of what the nature of it is and have sort of different incentive structures around flex RA. And so, this is more of one of many pieces of analysis that will likely sort of feed into those RA working groups, but that's one that's really already been requested as a part of that PUC process.
And does that also tie in with the day-ahead market enhancements, the imbalance reserve product that's being introduced?
I think there's been a lot of discussion around that. Like is it, for lack of a term, is it really, for lack of a term, that IRU up and down under that's sort of more of the binding constraint and sort of what needs to be sort of focused on? I think that, I certainly think that we've gotten those type of comments as well, and that there'll be certain parties that have indicated that, their analysis would show that, that those are sort of the larger issues to have. But I don't want to prejudge what the conclusion is as a part of that discussion. But yeah, I think that could certainly be a part of the discussion.
All right. We do have a question from Doug Carpa at Peninsula Clean Energy. Go ahead.
He's still muted.
And then producer, can you? There we go.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, thanks. And I think it's maybe mostly been answered, and probably the answer is we don't know yet. But yeah, I did have a question, I guess, about whether the current concept for the single non-zero QC value, whether that would just be like, hey, we'll just take the is sort of the thinking like we can just take, say, 6 p.m. in the CPUC slice of day showing, whatever the values in that hour are, we'll just import those, and rather than dealing with this whole 24, or some other variant. And I guess one of the concerns is, as an LSE, whether we're going to have to be doing all sorts of complex things to try to match both a slice of day and then also, some divergent single QC value. And that I think my understanding is we don't know yet because that methodology isn't going to be established until sometime in 2025. So that was sort of question number one. And
Yeah,
then maybe I'll just get to question number two. Does it is there any appetite to going to a 24-hour methodology? I realize that there's like all sorts of technology issues and needing to redo software and so forth, but should we like take a sense that like that's just off the table, or this sort of single value is an interim to eventually getting to a 24-hour system?
So, Doug, I think just to your first question on single value, that is the approach for 2024. And I think, both of your questions are great to tee up for the RA working group in terms of, what should the approach be and what should it be for all LRAs in CAISO's footprint.
Yeah, we certainly don't, we're not going in there with an end state, with a defined end state in mind based on this. I think that there certainly will be a lot of lessons learned as well as learning as the PUC rolls out their slice a day program. And so I think that'll certainly be one data point that people will discuss and point to. But I think there are sort of, we'll certainly want to get the feedback from other LRAs, from different participants on how that interface might work. So I wouldn't say it's, for lack of a better term, I think that will certainly be a discussion item, but not. So I wouldn't necessarily read this workshop discussion feeding into our slice a day as meaning that's the direction that we're headed. So,
gotcha. Watch this space. Okay, sounds great. Thanks.
Yeah, and maybe before we get to the next question, I just want to clarify a couple of things. One, just again to remind everyone that peak value that we're talking about, the change in methodology, really that's wind and solar resources. So I think that's probably where the the biggest impact as of now that we're going to see. But I think what I want to say, and what I'm getting from the questions, and hopefully we got that achieved in these slides and the discussion, is to show you guys the complexity of us making or moving into a multi-slice process. I mean, that's why we wanted to show you our entire process and how it's flowing. And it's not just technology complications, it's also like the fact that we deal with multiple LRAs. It's not, the PUC decided to make a change for its process, showings process. That was, I think, we're still getting questions about it. That shows you it wasn't simple. But CAISO going into something like this is even going to be more, more challenging, and it would need even more buy-in and coordination with participants, LRAs, and then obviously the process and the system complexity. So I think, like Partha said, everything is on the table. I think we didn't make a final decision there on 2025 and what to do following that. That's where we're here, kind of to trigger your curiosity in this process and then get into more details and more discussions in the RA workshops.
Well, I'm curious then. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next question is from Greg Klatt. Go ahead and unmute your line.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Now you can hear. Can you hear me fine, or just okay?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so I appreciate the discussion we've had today. I think the last series of speakers, questioners kind of have gotten to the heart of where I was headed to. So I just want to kind of recap, because I can't decide whether I am befuddled or bewildered, the difference being the degree of confusion and perplexity in my mind about what I'm hearing today. It seems like we've kind of, there's two issues that have been framed. from the CAISO's perspective with respect to implementation of slice of day. So the first question, kind of the threshold issue, is whether any changes must be made or required to the CAISO systems and tariff in order to accommodate slice of day, right? So is that, do you agree that's kind of what the first question?
I think it depends on your timeline too. I think that like one of the issues is right now that obviously we're getting more data in 2024. Some of it's more informational, and that, for lack of a better term, there was some discussion in the PUC's slice of day reform workshops in terms of even for 2024 where changes needed to our systems and processes. So we, at minimum, we wanted to sort of kick off that discussion here to say, yeah, we're looking for feedback if there's something we're missing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that it kind of leads to the second question, but not quite yet, because I think I just want to echo Chris's point about, gee, if any changes are required to accommodate slice of day, I think everyone's impression was you guys were going to be on top of that early, so that if any changes were necessary, anything you had to take to FERC, that would be done well in advance of the 2025, the year ahead showing for 2025. But now I'm not so sure that's the case. But anyhow, you don't have to respond to that. That's just kind of an observation. The second threshold question, I think, is whether the CAISO should make any changes to its processes and tariff to capture some of the perceived benefits of the slice of day framework. And that seems like that's very much an open question at this point. Is that accurate to state it that way?
It is. I probably would think beyond slice of day. I mean, at least in terms of those broader questions, that like, I certainly think that we're trying to solve very similar challenges that the PUC was trying to solve when they developed the slice of day framework. And that one of the pieces of information is certainly the fact that to the degree that the regulatory constructs that we're working around are changing, how should we be thinking about that in terms of what the ISO systems and processes are going forward. But I don't think that that's necessarily the foundational driver. I think the foundational driver really is, for lack of a better term, the changing resource mix, the tightening of the markets, you know, and the need to evolve. Yep.
Okay, because so that's where a little bit of my bewilderment comes from, because at the end of the process, the CPUC process, the CAISO came out really strongly in support of the 24 slice framework. And I, as you know, I represented Western Power Trading Forum. I represented WPDF in that process. And I was like, gee, CAISO's really coming out strong in favor of 24 slice. Now I'm a little bit confused why you did that when it's really, from institutionally, seems to be a wide open question about whether you're going to do anything to try to capture some of those perceived benefits of the 24 slice framework, as opposed to, for example, the 2 slice framework that Gridwell proposed.
No, thanks for that.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like why was that the CAISO's kind of stance at that point, but now I'm getting the impression that, well, gee, maybe not. Maybe we don't do anything to kind of fold in slice of day into the CAISO's RA program at all.
No, thanks, Craig. And maybe as I indicated at the beginning of the discussion, I think that we're very appreciative of the PUC and stakeholders' efforts in developing the slice of day framework, and for lack of a better term, taking the initiative to try to solve the challenge that we're seeing in the current construct. But I think that sort of all along within our comments and our framework has always been the idea of we're not necessarily committing to say, that this seems right on, and the ISO's processes need to have the same framework as the CPUC. So I kind of view it as, you know, in effect, this will be a learning opportunity that people will have as the PUC develops this out, and that whether or not our systems and processes align, you know, one for one, I think will be sort of a discussion in the RA working group structure. That never has been sort of our statement of, you know, yes, this is the one right framework to address the challenges and goals that the PUC was seeking to have. So, but yeah, I appreciate your perspective, Greg. It's obviously nuanced in terms of the challenge we're facing, but yeah, I appreciate your comments and feedback.
No, fair enough, and I think that's, you know, that's a legitimate framework from the CAISO's perspective. I think that was a reasonable response. I think what a lot of us are struggling with is what is the impact of slice of day going to be on the RA market from a product perspective, in part in terms of existing resources, but also I think more challengingly in terms of resources that are under development and resources that are trying to get contracts right now. You know, market participants and from all sides of that are trying to figure out, well, gee, you know, what's going to be the RA value of this resource going forward, on top of separate from but related to the MTR compliance value. So that's a big challenge we're all wrestling with. And I think that at least what I'm hoping for through the upcoming process is that we'll get some clarity sooner rather than later in terms of what the CAISO's longer term conceptualization is of the RA program, and whether it's going to move towards a more of a slice of day approach, whether it's 24 slices or 2 slices or 3 slices. But that's a real challenge folks are facing now, and I think the sooner we kind of get some clarity, I don't know if the clarity from the CAISO is going to resolve that, if it's going to make it any easier to try to figure out how to monetize those products, how to price those products, how to fit those products into your portfolio. But I just wanted to highlight that as something that's really creating a lot of uncertainty at this stage in time in the market.
No, thanks, Greg, for the feedback. That's really helpful feedback. I can certainly appreciate the challenge of that. Obviously, having complete regulatory stability in the contracting processes is often a challenge in terms of how those contracts are structured. And that, yeah, to agree that you can provide sort of further details on sort of what we can do in the timing of those impacts. I think that would be certainly helpful. Like I do view this as likely to be a slightly longer process, just in terms of getting to that, getting grounding and reaching that end state. So I don't think that, to agree that you're looking for complete certainty, within the next, 6 months, next year, I don't necessarily think that's necessarily going to be a realistic outcome to get there. But to agree that you can articulate what we could provide and what the information that we could provide that could help that, I think that'd be certainly would be a helpful part of your comments, and I'd certainly be happy to follow up with you as well on that, Greg. So yeah, I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the response too, because, that's good to know. Just knowing that we may not have an answer in the next year or even perhaps longer, that's actually helpful just to know that, because now we know what we don't know. So I very much appreciate the thoughtful response to my kind of pointed questions, but that is very helpful.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, we have a question from Susan Schneider with Phoenix Consulting.
I'm trying to figure out if I can remember it now, but so I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the concept of what is an LSE show the CAISO, versus what does an LSE show the CPUC? So the whole slice of day compliance framework is going to live at the CPUC, right? CAISO have any role in oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let me let you finish.
Yeah, Susan, that's correct. For now, yes, until we figure out what are we going to do at the CAISO level in the RA workshops and the RA enhancements processes.
Okay, so for now, when you say what the LSE shows the CAISO, we're still talking about NQC at this point. Is that right?
Right now, the only thing that we know it's going to change on our side and impact our processes is the QC value that we consume for NQC. That's for sure is changing in 2025.
Yeah.
Not everything else is still on the table.
Okay, so the QC is going to change, but the CAISO at this point is planning to use its same deliverability methodology to determine how much of the QC is deliverable, and if the QC is fully deliverable, then it would equal the NQC, and the CAISO will have it still retain it at this point its NQC list. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So when you say so when we were talking, when Noah was talking about the 100 megawatt 4 hour storage, and which at this point, and if it turns out whatever comes over, let's say 100 megawatts comes over as the QC, then it's still going to be 100 megawatts for the CAISO, even though when the LSE shows may split it up into say four pieces when it shows it to the PUC, the CAISO will still consider it to be 100 megawatt 4 hour storage resource.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was a little confused just listening to this and just wanted to make sure. I did have one follow-up question on the Flex RA issue. Are you talking about, there was the FRAC-MU2 initiative some years ago. I may be dating myself at this point by even referring to it, but the FRAC-MU2 initiative was never, to my knowledge, completed. And in fact, one of the things that was interesting about that was to decouple the on-peak deliverability analysis from the Flex RA analysis, because Flex RA is limited in most cases by either NQC or in case of storage, twice the NQC. But there was talk at that time of, instead of using an on-peak assessment, to look at off-peak or shoulder hours or ramping, the times when the ramping would really be needed for flexibility in the mornings and in the evenings. And so, and to do a separate sort of deliverability analysis so that even resources that might not have on-peak deliverability could still provide Flex RA, because they would be available and flexible and valuable during those hours when the ramping was actually needed. So when you're talking about re-examining Flex RA, are you talking about going back and maybe trying to finish that initiative or reconsider it in light of all of this, or what are your thoughts about that?
That's an excellent question, Susan. And I'll be honest. I remember that vaguely, but I probably need to go back and do my homework on what was said, or sort of where we came out as a part of that initiative process. Really, this was probably more, as I just kind of indicated before, really kind of a placeholder for the feedback we got in the CPUC slice a day workshops of, I think kind of asking the fundamental question of, do we need to, should we get rid of Flex RA? Does Flex RA need to evolve? And those are really the two, and that I think you're bringing up a lot of the good history that I recall, but I don't know exactly how those pieces fit together. But yeah, thanks for pointing me in that direction. If nothing else, we'll go back and review that, and yeah. I'm happy to follow up with you as well if there's sort of additional details in particular that you think that we need to focus on.
Okay, all right. That particular concept seemed like it had some value. It just was sort of just never finished. So, okay, well, thanks. I just was curious. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, Kathleen Colbert, go ahead and unmute your line. Great, thanks. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. No, I really, first of all, I want to thank CAISO, the CAISO staff and team for setting up this meeting. Going over all this background, I think provides like a very unique and very beneficial opportunity for a refresher for everyone on some of the details of the program that CAISO administers, but as well as RA reform. So thanks to Luke for going over that this morning as well. So first off, I want to say thank you. The next thing I want to put forward, and there might be a question buried in here, but it's essentially, I also want to support the way that I hear you laying out your approach. I think what you're proposing here, of providing this background in education, kind of teeing up the question is very useful. The question that I have for you, and it's really something to take offline and think about as you're developing your comments, the commenting tool document, what you're going to put out for us to submit comments on this workshop, is I don't know that I've heard you specifically ask whether or not stakeholders believe that the CAISO, and I'll use some of Greg's questions, must make changes to your systems and your tariff based on slice of day, or must or should. You haven't explicitly said that, but I think that would be worth putting in the comments that you asked for, so the comment template. You're hearing some questions from stakeholders that I believe are based on their own kind of positions on an answer to that, and it would be useful for us all to be able to sit down, kind of think through it, put it on paper, and submit it to you to consider as we move from this meeting into the working groups that you proposed. So I do have another comment to make, but I just want to stop and say, does that make sense? Is that my suggestion and request?
It does. And maybe if I can, I'll see, like, this will is how I think about it, and Kathleen, we'll see if it covers this. I kind of think the first thing is kind of like, what are the goals? Like, for lack of a term, can we, like, if people can sort of articulate, here's kind of the overall goals of interoperability with the PUC's program, and then try to understand a little bit around, if people give feedback around sort of, if we made changes or not, what are the, what are the challenges, risks associated with sort of making those changes or not. And then the third piece, and that partly, I think that you all can inform us ahead of time, as well as, if there's any requests that you all can make, is like what data analysis can help inform us of these, of what those risks are going forward, whether or not we make changes in the near term, or whether or not we sort of hold out for a more comprehensive solution. So does that sort of get at where you're going, Kathleen?
I think some of those questions would make sense on the template. Yeah, I think that's a good place to start, Partha.
Yeah.
The reason that I'm asking you to try to create space in this round and give us more time to think about it is that, and I'm going to kind of support where the CAISO is starting right now, like what you've laid out here today for 24 and then 25. It does seem a very reasonable place to start to me. But I think that is clearly, as I've listened today, clearly because I have a very specific I've participated extensively in the slice of day reform workshops. I've spent a lot of time thinking through what slice of day does, and the way that I view it informs my opinion. And so I think it would be useful for myself, my entity, and others to provide that. But to give you a little bit more background, what I mean by that is, Luke went through a lot of details. Put that aside for a second. What slice of day reform does is it bundles an energy product into the existing RA contract. So going forward, the RA contract will now include an RA and an energy contribution piece. Whether or not the CAISO has to do both a capacity sufficiency for that product and the energy sufficiency for the new product that will be bundled in, I do think is an open question. And it's one that we should be mindful to take at that level as a policy question and discuss it like that. I think it's reasonable if at the end of those discussions, the CAISO decides that your only obligation is to do the capacity sufficiency test, because to be frank, you're also proposing to do an energy sufficiency test on a daily basis under EDAM. So the timing, as you've mentioned a couple times today, kind of comes in when we think about it. We need to think about what is the required timing. You want to do a capacity test a month ahead, but are you comfortable with that day ahead check on your energy sufficiency? That's something we should talk about during those working groups. As a starting place, I think it's a reasonable position to say the CAISO is going to perform the capacity sufficiency test. So the showings will be consistent with that. And you have to also recall that the order contemplates a framework that gives us flexibility. So the order maintains the bundled nature of the RA attribute within the RA contract, reaffirmed the 4-hour minimum requirement for RA, established that the RA contract would be for net qualifying capacity that was a single monthly value that would have a 24/7 must offer obligation. That's the RA product within the RA contract. The energy product is separate and has a 24-hourly shape, and the LSEs are the ones who will be able to determine how that shape will be distributed for their energy sufficiency check at the CPUC. So when I look at this at a 100,000-foot policy level, and I don't get too lost in the weeds, I think that what you've put forward today is very reasonable as a starting place. And so I think we should give everyone the opportunity to kind of think through this a little harder. Thanks.
Thanks, Kathleen, and just for your kind of feedback and observations on how we kind of frame things up. We are very much interested in stakeholder feedback on, the approach we're taking for 2024, the approach we're taking for 2025, and we will also be seeking kind of feedback on what topics to bring up at that RA working group, and have a discussion in terms of defining that problem statement, and teeing up, what questions the CAISO and stakeholders really should address in that process. So thank you again, and really appreciate the feedback on the comment.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm very concerned that it's important that we not get confused between the RA versus the energy requirements that are under slice of day. And to be careful that we're not talking about changing, like slice of day doesn't change RA. Slice of day adds an energy requirement into the RA program. And so I just really encourage us to try to be disciplined in how we talk about it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen. And I imagine at least some of the discussions, that we've had have been, around, does there need to be, as the system evolves, does there need to be both a sort of a peak capacity and some sort of energy check, and that it might be sort of changing the nature of sort of what the RA requirements are. I'm not necessarily saying going to a full 24-hour showing, but having some sort of energy check, within the ISS processes. So I think of that as probably that's probably a scoping topic that would sort of fall out of the working group process, just in terms of defining those problem statements, defining the goals, and then sort of saying, like, does this really, how should this evolve or not? But yeah, I think Kathleen, the way you articulate is really, really helpful. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. And just one more note, Partha, is that the CAISO board and governing body has already approved an energy sufficiency check under an EDAM implementation. It's just on a shorter time frame.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move to Noah Tong and then jump to the remaining questions in the chat. So Noah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Noah again. I'm in looking at this slide, do you have, I'm noticing certainly there's no diamond for RA working groups. And I apologize if you covered this before. Can you talk about when your expectation to end or to be implemented?
Yeah, that's a great observation, and you are not wrong. There is no go live date, in part because we are starting with a working group approach to determine, what topics are in scope, what issues should we address, will we need phasing? When does implementation need to occur? So really that'll be addressed in the working group process. Partha, do you want to add anything there?
Yeah, at least in terms of like, this is where getting at the question of timing. I think that Chris Devin had kicked this off in the comments section, and that, at least to answer that, like, we don't, the way I personally would describe it for myself is that, like, to me, the RA working group process has already started, because I think that we're really trying to ground ourselves in terms of, like, how do we have a fruitful discussion in those processes? How do we sort of make sure that we're sort of coming in there prepared with data analysis, and that, at least on our end, the goal is to kick those off sooner rather than later. And so I certainly would hope for before October, but you know, we have to go through all of our internal processes to get final sign-off. So I can't make a commitment at this time, but yeah, we definitely have heard the feedback both here and previously of the need to kick those off sooner. So yeah, thanks for those questions.
Right, but I mean, I guess maybe the main question is you're hoping or expecting this to not go into 2026. Is that a fair statement?
I think that that's probably not fair. I think that probably is something that we can correct in the future graphs. Like I would view this as, you know, that this is me talking, and I'm more of like just to acknowledge it. These are obviously complex and evolving issues, and I recognize the fact that there's almost, you know, no time. You know, if you look at the different RTO and ISO models for RA, you know, like they're constantly evolving, and there's constantly relooks at these processes. We do have probably, you know, to the degree that we're phasing in different parts of the implementation, obviously we want to have concrete milestones to get things done, and I don't know that we've, depending on what comes out of those working group structures and processes, there might be one or more than one phases that will need to be implemented, but I wouldn't necessarily think, you know, from this graph it might look like, you know, middle of 2025 we're done with RA, and that, you know, we can put it on the shelf and never look at it again, and I think we all recognize the fact that that likely won't be the case. So does that get your point, Noah?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm simply trying to understand how, you know, we go from interoperability between now and slice of day in test year in 2025, and then sort of what happens, because there's a you know, sort of as Greg has said, there's a lingering question of when will the RA working groups and enhancement sort of finish, right? Because that's when we are hoping, I think, me as a stakeholder market participant, hoping that there is consistency between both the ISO as well as the CPUC or other LRA programs, and particularly, you know, looking at going into 2025, you know, knowing that the PUC is going to go live, and they're going to go into 24 slices, and sort of the continuation of the 100 megawatt battery scenario here. That to me, the ISO currently the RA program based essentially is on a 4-hour one slice product, but in slice a day, particularly for batteries, it can be shown for any of the 24-hour slices. So there is some complications. And so if the ISO is for 2025 is going to hold onto essentially the existing RA product as far as, you know, showing and so forth, it would be helpful, I think, for everyone to at least work towards that, to better understand what are the requirements for LSCs and suppliers to sort of have a conversion factor of what they show to the CPUC, which might be 8 hours, or, you know, because they're selling to different LSCs, whatever that may be, and convert it into this continued 4-hour product that we currently call RA. I think we're slightly sometimes talking past each other, but I recall when, earlier, when Abdul said, yeah, it's very possible that the CPUC RA plans will differ than the CAISO RA plans that are being shown. And I'm sort of just remembering throughout the entire day conversation of, okay, what is in the ISO's mind, what is it that they're working towards, and what is that product? And I don't think we have that conversion in mind, or we have that baked in as a expectation, but that's not clearly stated to each other. Does that make sense?
It does. I think, like Lisa, let's say, Noel, tell me if I'm getting this right. Like, I think in the long run, so like what the sort of, I'll describe as quote in the state. So sort of like the long run outcome of the CAISO reforms. There might be. To me, that's sort of what gets flushed out in terms of some of those working groups, conversations, analysis, et cetera. There's probably some open-ended questions, and I think as Abdul alluded to before, about, if we're basically using the data that the PUC is providing for 2025 and applying it to our existing processes, POSO, CPM, et cetera, there certainly are implications to that as well, both from a market participants side as well as from the ISO side. I think that's probably the pieces of information that would be helpful. For a lack of a term, I think part of the discussion that we're likely here in the working group is sort of how much do we focus on sort of these near-term impacts, given sort of, like if for lack of a term, if that's sort of the number one issue, like, well, it's like kind of like, well, when it goes live in 2025, there's a very large impact. That'd be sort of something good to be fleshed out early in the working group, versus others might have the perspective of like saying, hey, no, like some of these other broader reforms are really more important, and that we can sort of, for lack of a term, live with the outcomes, of sort of using our current systems, tools, and processes with this sort of newly defined data that's provided through the slice a day processes into the ISO system. That could be a different outcome. So yeah, I think that'll be certainly be a part of the discussion.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping that particular discussion starts sooner rather than later, because I'm having gone through many years of ISO implementation. It is also challenging, for the fall release, particularly for RA year ahead showing. And so if we're looking at a 2025 drop dead date, and we're sort of depending on the RA working group to decide that, it doesn't at this point of time, it doesn't seem like it's going to get us there.
Yeah, no, this is Abdul. These are all great points I think you're making, and I think that's more of a reason to do it right. Whatever we're going to do, let's do the right thing, and let's make sure you all agree on it. I think if we go back to the initial slides that Luke presented about the birth of slice of day, why the slice of day, why was it needed? I think the discussion was the fleet is changing, a lot of limitations in the resources, the demand is changing. I think we all acknowledge that issue and how the RA program might be outdated and needs reform to kind of adjust to the major changes that are happening in the fleet. And I think with all of us agreeing to that concept, I think the PUC, went ahead and made the slice of day changes to accommodate those changes or that changing fleet into a program that works for the PUC and its LSCs. I think the question that we're opening here, what is the CAISO changes that are needed to achieve that goal that works out for all the LRAs, CAISO LRAs? Keep in mind, we need buy-in from everyone, and we need your buy-in, suppliers, LSCs, LRAs, And I think that's what, and we want to do it right. We want to do what's right for everyone and what's right to be done at the CAISO level. To Kathleen's point, do we need to get into an energy assessment? Not. All of that is going to be, it is an open question. And I think what we tried today is to show you all the kind of the kind of interoperability with all the functions and the programs and the agencies in California, and how we should consider all of these when we say what CAISO should do. And what CAISO should do, I think, is not something that we want to decide. I think what we want by ourselves as CAISO, we want to decide all of us together. And I think that's why we're triggering this process here, and we're having the working group. But the urgency of that change and getting to it that you're suggesting, I think we're all on the same page there. I think we want to get this done ASAP, but I think we also want to do it correctly because it's going to be major changes, perhaps. And we want to do it with buy-in from everyone and by hearing everyone out.
So here, I mean, looking at this, right? I get ISO staff is going to be very busy between now and 2020, late 2025, due to EDAM and DAME. And so, but looking at 2025 for a slice a day, I think interoperability, you simply need to have we have this opportunity for interoperability. And I think if you're going to say there are no changes needed, or rather the ISO is not expecting to make any changes because the product that's going to stay a peak hour product that is essentially over 4 hours, then we need to, I think we need to figure out for this particular stakeholder process, the conversion factor. And you need to have that. The other piece of getting it right, yeah, I think that's for sort of after 2025. We can definitely spend lots of time on what is right or wrong. I think those are two completely different pieces.
Conversion factor meaning, Noah, what should the LSCs show the CAISO? That single value, what should that value be based on?
Absolutely, and this is primarily for storage, mainly because of how flexible it is and how that under the 24 slides proposal, it can be shown for non-contiguous hours and sort of spread over, multiple hours at a time for the same amount megawatt hours. I'm really not worried about any other resources essentially because those are kind of fixed profiles, right? But batteries itself is more of a challenge, and particularly for this conversion. So if we want to say that because there's so many things the ISO has limitations on with regards to must offer, RAIM, and so on and so forth, right? Based on this singular value. If a LSC is going to show 50 megawatts of a battery over 8 hours, if you will, then that needs to translate back to the ISO as 100 megawatts, so that your must offers, your RAIMs, and everything else is appropriate. I think that's the conversation we're missing.
Excellent feedback, Noah. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We do have a few questions in the chat that I will read out. The first being from Kyle Navis from the Public Advocate's Office. Will the RA working group be situated outside of the RA Enhancements Initiative? How do we participate?
Sure. So we'll be publicly noticing when those working groups start and start in terms of meeting. But we are going to be, as a starting point, asking for feedback in response to this workshop, topics you think should be addressed. But they'll likely be posted on our enhancements webpage. And they are open to the public. So.
And then from Scott Olson, is the peak hour QC that CAISO expects to receive from the CPUC starting in 2025 expected to be from the same gross peak hour that CAISO receives today, but with a QC that reflects the new slice methodology? To put it another way, the hour isn't changing, but the QC may be.
Yeah, so, well, today the methodology actually, I think we're talking about ELCC here. Today is an ELCC-based methodology, so I think that's going to be significantly changing into an exceedance-based methodology, and that's where they're looking at the peak hour. So, so yeah, it's a single value QC. Today it's ELCC-based. Tomorrow it's exceedance-based. So I think that's a major change. I don't know if I got that question correctly, but yeah. I hope I answered it correctly. Or I answered what you wanted, please.
All right, yeah, and Scott, if you feel like you need a follow-up, actually you raised your hand. So let's move over to Scott on the line and make sure we can get his question answered. Scott Olson.
It's like you got muted again.
I remuted myself. Yeah, Scott Olson with NRG. Thank you. I think that did answer my question. I guess my big question was on gross peak versus net peak, and I think it's clear. I just want to clarify that under exceedance, the value that'll be transmitted to CAISO will be at the gross peak for that particular LSE that they're showing, because that would be still reflective of the gross peak for that particular LSE's load shape, not the net peak.
I think it's just the peak hour, not necessarily the net peak. I think it's just they're going to look at the top, I forgot if it was 4 or 5 hours gross peak, I think. And based on the highest of those, they're going to pick the value for QC. But I think that's what they're doing, Scott. But if maybe it's a PUC, kind of, we can take it back and confirm with the PUC exactly what they're doing on their methodology.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and then we had one last question in the chat, and then we'll get to Kathleen and Greg. Kathleen and Greg, I see your hands up. So we had a question from Chris Devin with CES. What is the expected month that the RA working group will kick off? Start of Q4 2023, October, November. Can CAISO commit to starting the RA working group meetings before 2024?
Yeah, thanks, Cal. I think we already addressed that question earlier.
Okay. Sounds good. Just making sure I'm reading these all. Let's see. Let's move over to Kathleen Colbert.
Great, thank you. It's Kathleen Colbert from Vistra again. I just wanted to respond and say very, very respectfully that this conversation has been super useful for me, because there isn't as much alignment on the stakeholder side as I thought there was coming into this meeting. So maybe just a tiny plug to support some of what Noah and Chris are urging is let's have some informal, additional, maybe miscellaneous meetings. It doesn't have to be super formal, but continue the dialogue of what does twice a day mean. But I want to give a very specific, pointed, and respectfully say that I don't share the view that I hear Noah describing on this call. I think it is really important that for CAISO, and I heard Abdul, you asked a very pointed question that would also maybe be useful to make it that pointed in a comment template. But what should the LSEs provide the CAISO? It's going to be important that the LSEs provide the CAISO in their showing the same information that the sellers provide the CAISO, because we validate against those two different plans. And so they need to match up. And at this point in time, that is a fundamental part of our process and our system. The energy sufficiency, while it's bundled, while the ability to use an RA resource in an energy sufficiency check is being adopted in the slice of day LSE compliance showings of the CPUC, it is not being imposed on the seller. So if that is a piece of confusion, I think I'd like to clarify it now. So the example, and coming from a storage owner operator, the example of a 100 megawatt storage asset, let's say a 4-hour lithium ion storage asset that has the ability to cycle multiple times a day, what the slice of day order does for the seller is say you still have a bundled contract where all hours are bundled, your net qualifying capacity is based on your PMAX, and you will have a must-offer obligation to the CAISO the same as today, all 24 hours that you're physically available. So what the contract, and let's assume that this hypothetical contract is executed for 100% of that net qualifying capacity, that's 100 megawatts. If that is procured, the delivered quantity is 100 megawatts. That delivered quantity has a must offer for all 24 hours to the CAISO. Therefore, if a single value is provided, it doesn't really matter if you provide 24 hours. If you say, input, give me 3 data points, this as a storage owner operator with a 24-hour must offer obligation required in the order, every single data point from the seller will be 100 megawatts. That is so really important to be mindful of that. Does that help this conversation?
I think from my perspective, Kathleen, I think it's brilliant. And yeah, definitely, I think it helps a lot. And I love the way you and Noah are thinking, actually. I think even though you're both disagreeing, but I love that we're thinking of the details and the examples and how this should work, and that's exactly what we're trying to get out of these discussions. So yeah, definitely appreciate it.
Perfect, thank you. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the conversations. Like I said, I want to be aligned with everyone on this, and so the more that we can talk about it and go through examples, the sooner, even if it's informal, would be helpful, because it's not super helpful if you have, you know, different stakeholders with such different views. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
All right, Greg Klatt, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. This is probably the point where I ask too many questions and reveal my ignorance, but I'm a little confused. I thought for the showing, going back to the question of what's going to be, Scott Olson's question, what's going to be shown to the CAISO for 2025, I thought it was for wind and solar, it was going to be a value that came out of the production during the availability assessment hours. Is that wrong?
Greg, I think so. So what Scott was asking about is the QC value that's going to go into the NQC, not the shown value by the LSCs. And okay. Yeah. So the QC value, you are correct. That's exactly what they're doing. The PUC's new methodology is based on the availability assessment hours. So, but the shown value is that's where we're having all this discussion. What should the shown value be? I think the CAISO, we're saying, as of now, we're going to continue to validate it against the NQC value. But I think the questions and the discussions that are coming up from Kathleen, Noah, and a lot of people, what value should the LSC pick in that showing?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think that is all we have questions. Just a note from Scott Olson that that is correct, average over the AAH. All right, let me move to the next slide.
Sure, so we can actually move one more slide forward. You know, really appreciate the engagement and discussion today. It has largely been focused on changes the LRA, the CPUC is making to their RA program. We recognize they're not the only LRA within our footprint, and really wanted to engage in discussion with other LRAs that are non-CPUC jurisdictional to understand if there's any changes that you would like to share about changes happening in your RA program, whether that is related to the planning reserve margin or potentially resource counting rules. We understand some LRAs are even tying their resource counting to what the CPUC does. So really just wanted to create that open forum to have that dialogue, or also to hear some reactions to the CPUC's slice of day reform, if you're thinking of anything similar for your LRA. So I'll pause and see if there is any feedback there, or if any LRAs want to share their experiences.
Event producer, do we have anybody on the audio only line?
There are no hands raised on the audio only line. As a reminder, pressing #2 will place you in that queue.
Not seeing any hands raised at the moment or any comments.
All right, well then I think that we can move on, but I will note that for other LRAs that maybe weren't prepared to discuss that today, we will kind of have a comment opportunity if there's anything you'd like to share in written comments to today's workshop, or kind of to summarize some of those changes. If applicable, please share those in comments. Let's move on to the next slide.
All right, well, thank you to all of our presenters. I know it's been a full day. Again, as Anya said, please submit your comments on the workshop discussion by end of day June 20th. You can email those to initiativecomments@CAISO.com. You'll be able to find the comment template on the miscellaneous meetings webpage. And this is under the Stand Forum tab under Meetings and Events. When you're at the homepage for the CAISO website. The comment template should be posted end of day, no later than tomorrow morning. If you do have any questions, feel free to contact me at isostakeholderaffairs@CAISO.com. And then just a plug here to check out the Energy Matters blog. Our most recent article is on the 2023 Summer Loads and Resources Assessment. And that's been posted, and there's a link there in the presentation. And so if there's no other questions and no other comments from the team, I think we'll wrap up our meeting for today. So thank you to all of our presenters and all of our stakeholders for participating today. All right, have a good one.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.